Live 365. So let's say you need some new shoes, or a DVD player, or maybe just some office or school supplies. You could go down to your local mall and find a parking space, walk a mile or so to the entrance, to walk some more to the stores inside where you'll look around forever to find something and then wait in line and maybe be home within a few hours or so. Or you could just go to mall.com. Mall.com has all your favorite stores like Nordstrom, Target, Gap, and Best Buy, plus over 500 specialty stores, and they're all within reach of your mouse. www.mall.com.
I'd also like to mention two things. We learned a valuable lesson, that lesson being that air travel is not safe. And why is it that we have livery drivers in New York driving with partitions protecting them from passengers, and some cabs also have video cameras? This is an inexpensive way to ensure that if something does happen, at least we can identify the parties who were on the flight. You look at TWA Flight 800, we have voices, you know, they say the guy was praying or what have you, and then the plane plummeted. If we had video of the cockpit and even the passengers on board, it would help to make it easier for them to investigate what happened. My other concern is, has the FBI or the FAA checked any flights that yesterday might have been delayed by 5, 10, 20 minutes that would have been in the air at the same time, but that were grounded, you know, when they called for all flights to be grounded?
John, I think they're probably looking into every single flight that left from everywhere on that day. A lot of people bringing up about this having a stronger door, and apparently Israeli Airlines do this or something, Fez.
Right. And then, of course, there's the horrible story from the Boston Herald about what went on the flight that ended up going into outside Pittsburgh, where they actually were attacking the flight attendants until the pilot and the captain opened up the cockpit.
Yeah. Well, if we had some videotape with the flight recorder, you know, to me it's more important to know what's going on in the flight than the altitude they're traveling at.
Thank you, John. All right, so now, you know, the whole strange thing about this, Fuzzy, is that it was a strange mishap here. I mean, these things don't normally happen.
Right, yeah.
You know, so most of the time, all these people now want to suddenly make air travel so much tougher than it's ever been before. And people are going to be freaking out within 2 months, I guarantee you.
Yeah, because they're saying now, what, at an hour and a half, if you when they do start flying again?
I mean, 3 hours they're telling you to get there before the your flight takes off. There's no more of that sidewalk check-in thing either.
Right. Oh, yeah, no more checking in at the curb. No more of who's ever taking you to the plane or picking you up, meeting you at the gate.
Yeah, those days are over.
Right.
Which I don't ever needed that anyway. And what's the other thing? Oh, the carry-on stuff was going to be way down.
Oh, sure, yeah. You're going to have a magazine, and that'll probably be about it.
You can't have some guy with his big bag, his suit bag there and everything, because he's only traveling in and out. So people are acting like, yeah, we'll do anything today. Well, you wait in 2 months, Fuzzy.
Yeah, because then everyone will be asking for that passenger's Bill of Rights again.
Right.
And demanding that we're not allowed to stay, you know, on the ground for more than 3 hours.
Hey, Lisa, or is it Liza? You're on Ron and Fez. How you doing?
Hi, Liza?
Yeah, we're here. I'm here.
Hi.
Go ahead.
How you doing?
Hi.
You know, one thing I've noticed, you know, between yesterday and today is, you know, people making eye contact in New York, and it's not something that happens in the city. People don't look at each other.
Yeah, that's true.
And you're walking up and down the street, and everybody's just looking into each other's eyes and not saying anything.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. I mean, this city has changed. It's changed forever.
Well, it's a shared experience that I'm worried that people spend the rest of their life saying this. It was the before and after, Fez. And, you know, the only thing that we can do, honey, is make as much good come out of it as we possibly can. And if it comes down to treating people nicer, where you would have been more of a bastard, then that's a good thing.
Yeah. I mean, you'd like to think that good would come out of this. I mean, today and yesterday, it's hard to see where something can. I mean, just standing at the base of the Brooklyn Bridge, just the smell of the smoke, it just burns your eyes. It's overwhelming.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah, that cloud finally blew over, that plume, whatever you want to call it, of debris. Actually blew into my neighborhood today.
Yeah.
And you could just, you could smell it.
You can smell it, you can feel it. It's so thick.
It has a texture.
Yeah, it's so thick and so big, and it's sadness. It's complete and utter sadness about it. Thank you so much for calling, honey.
But Liza's right. You know, if you go anywhere in this city right now, you could walk up to any two people and join right in their conversation. You know what everybody's talking about.
I do that anyway, though. I'm one of those guys who feels like, let me in on this.
You creep a lot of people out with that.
You're wrong. Piazza is the worst thing ever happened to the Mets. 877-692-1027. Dustin, you are on Ron and Fez.
Oh.
Hey, Dustin.
How's it going, man?
Hey.
Guys. Hey, I was hearing earlier on O&A, the girl, what was her name? Stacy, was it?
I'm not sure. I didn't get a chance to hear that. I was coming in then.
Oh, all right. Well, I've heard a lot of people call in. My brother was hurt. If not killed, I haven't heard from him. And everyone's calling in saying, bomb them, do this, do that. When that's, granted, turning of the cheek's not the answer either.
Right.
But, there's a real big, almost double speak going on where when the U.S. was bombing Iraq, or Yugoslavia for 72 days and nights, you weren't hearing anything about it. There's obviously thousands of civilian casualties in there.
Sure.
And the answer is obviously not nukes or some, environmentally completely destructive and with, huge global repercussions, or OPEC shutting its doors completely. And the answer is simply, you put sanctions on, Yemen or Afghanistan or whatever until they give up Osama or give up, whoever is working with them. And that's how you handle it. You don't go kill civilians. That's simple.
All right, call the White House, okay, Dustin? See you later, buddy.
Let them know your plan.
Yeah.
877-692-1027.
Here is Tim. Tim, you're on Ron and Fez. How you doing, buddy?
Hi, Tim.
Hey, guys.
Yeah.
Go ahead, pal.
Just wanted to bring up a point. I don't know, like one of the other callers said before, how she doesn't know anything good could come out of this whole thing.
Yeah.
But I bet you're going to see a lot of, like, the racism between the African Americans and the cops and all that tension. I bet you're going to see it die down for a long time, and everybody's going to focus on rebuilding and getting the city back together. So.
Well, I hope so, my friend. I really hope that happens.
Yeah, just one observation.
All right, thanks a lot.
All right.
Yeah. Appreciate your cops and your firefighters and all the rescue workers, the EMTs.
And your young black Americans, Fezzy, who
I appreciate.
They're big boys. Hey, Joe, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hi, Joe.
Yes, I'm just calling retaliating or wanting to know how people who say we should practice peace can sit back and watch CNN where they're showing the passenger manifest, and there's 3- and 4-year-old kids that lost their life.
Yeah.
How can these people sit back and say the United States should practice, diplomacy and, and impose sanctions when these are innocent people that, kids that, never got to live?
You ever notice this when you get on a plane? Don't you like to have kids on the plane? Because then you think, God would not, crash your plane that's full of kids.
Right. I love that.
I always like to think, oh, look at those little beautiful kids. This is much safer than if it was a bunch of Shriners hopping on the plane together.
And another thing is, just listening to Colin Powell and listening to everyone, and there's a question that, I know a lot of people have, or is the government for us, or is the government to appease, the other world leaders and not do anything to step on their feet?
Well, we do not.
They're for us.
We don't.
Right, based on,
Joe, hold on.
everyone else, we have to do diplomacy and speak to this person and speak to that person.
Right.
They attacked New York, and I saw the building fall from where I work. I work in Jersey City.
All right, I understand that. We still do not know what the plan is yet, though, right, Fez? We do not know what Bush is going to do. We hear him saying it's we're going to snap back, we're going to hunt him down, but we're still waiting. It could happen tonight. Could happen tomorrow. Who knows? It hasn't happened yet.
Right. Patience are thin, obviously, for people affected by this. Anyone who watched it on TV wants instant retaliation. Everything's going to come in time. Right now, there's a rescue effort going on. Right now, there's a retrieval of those that were killed in this blast. Then we're going to learn more. The government's going to find out more, and retaliation is going to come in time.
It will happen, Fez?
It will happen.
All right, how much time? What would you, if you had to guess right now, if you were a betting man, how much time would you say?
I wouldn't be surprised in the next week and a half.
Well, I think it's, to have that impact for New York, for the psychological impact, it's going to happen quicker. Something. Even if it's not the big thing.
Right.
I feel like people now are already leaning like, Where's the president?
You can tell already today that there was a lot of shock and horror last night when we talked to people.
Yeah.
And people are moving right into an anger stage. Very quickly.
Here's Barry. Barry, you're on Ron and Fez. How you doing, buddy?
Hi, Barry.
Hi, how you doing?
Okay.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to express my heartfelt sympathy to everybody who's experienced loss, and to thank all the emergency workers for the greatest job that was probably ever done.
Okay.
But I just crossed into Pennsylvania on my way home, and I looked up, and there's a contrail of an obviously large airplane, and it's an eerie sight because on my way home I see them all the time. And in the last 48 hours, this is it's so visible in the sky.
Yeah.
It's an incredible feeling. And I also told your screener I wanted to say that, we can be very proud of ourselves. In this worst of times, New York has been exemplary. There's no civil disobedience. People would give the shirt off their back to others. And I think we need to take pride in who we are. And if you'll allow me to just say one other thing, I've listened to virtually every debate on what should be retribution, punishment, justice, etc. And I think there's almost a parallel to the death penalty argument. I don't know if the death penalty is right or wrong, but I know one thing that it does perfectly well. It eliminates repeat offenders, 100%. I guarantee you.
Well, Barry, the first they got to do is figure out who did it before we even worry about that next part of it. Fez is saying within a week and a half, it's his belief. I think we're going to have to do something a hell of a lot quicker. But to get back to the other part, Barry, of talking about New York City, the reason why these guys hit New York and the reason why the whole world is watching like this is because they hit the greatest city in the world. That's the whole point there.
Oh, I know. I'm a New Yorker by birth.
Right. So, they went out of their way to hit the greatest city in the world. And it's up to us now not to fold because something like this happens. It's up to us now to turn it around and rebuild.
And remain the greatest city in the world.
And
they can't take that title.
I have no idea what they plan on doing, Fez, and no one has thought about this or whatever. But I see no reason not to build something back up there.
Sure.
Not some little memorial like they did at Oklahoma.
Where they put it in a park.
Put the biggest building in the world there again. It was the biggest buildings when we built it. Let Trump always has these crazy plans to build something big.
I know.
He wants to build it up there just to say, F you.
He's wanting to do something in Chicago.
Right. Well, do it here.
Yeah.
You've been begging to do it in New York now for, 25 years? And he's saying, I'll go to Chicago because they're...
they'll let me.
Yeah, they have easier laws when it comes down. Then we get some open space. This is our way of saying, no, F you. We're not going to hide from anybody.
We're not going to work underground because of you people.
Right.
I'm scared.
877-692-1027. Here's Cuba. Is that it? Cuba, you're on Ron and Fez?
Hey, Cuba.
Is it Cuba or Cuba?
Fez.
Yeah.
What's up?
Is it Cuba or Cuba?
It's Cuba.
Cuba. All right, thank you very much.
Yes, I'm a retired corporal.
Yeah.
I'm 22 years old. I joined when I was 17 in the Army, and I was a tanker. And first day hearing all the stuff about the World Trade Center got me thinking, because what every retired person has is sort of like a parole, a special service parole, that if any time needed by the military, you get called up and you become active again. This morning, around 8:30, 9 o'clock, I just got a call saying that I'm going to have to report to Fort Hamilton in Brooklyn at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, which means I'm going to be shipped to Fort Hood, Texas, because that's where the tank practices are. And so from then on, I'm probably going to be shipped to Germany and then probably to Bosnia, where the tank depot is closer to the Middle East, just in case anything happens. So, I'm really scared essless.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, good luck, Cuba.
Well, thanks a lot, Fez. But I just want to say, because, I'll get your stuff out there, just say see ya, maybe, hopefully, for not the last time.
All right, brother, and, stay in touch with us, okay?
All right?
Hey, if I'm out there, baby, I'll be calling you guys.
All right, my man.
Take very good care.
Thank you.
Next time you know not to pick tanks.
You're welcome.
I said tanks. Tanks.
877-692-1027. That would be bizarre, Fezzy, to find yourself called in like that.
I know. You think you've done your service.
Right.
You don't expect to be heading out to Fort Hood, Texas to practice tank maneuvers.
Did Earl's brother get called in? Was that the situation? Or?
Yeah, Earl was saying something about his brother who fought in the Persian Gulf was on standby. Earl, what's the status with your brother? Who's in no shape to serve. I'll vouch for that.
That's what he called me today, and they called him again.
Really?
All right, so they're just asking him to come back, or they're asking, or he has
They just told him to not to disappear, not go anywhere.
All right, what is the deal with that though? He's still on the payroll? How does this work?
I don't know how it works. I said, how did they find you? He goes, I asked the same question. He went, and the Army guy said, we know how to find you.
All right, but he has been out of the Army for how long?
10 years.
10 years, not getting a check, not in the reserves?
He's been out for 10 years.
All right, now that makes it sound like they're going to start calling 75-year-old men who served in World War II.
No, I think how it works is that they call anyone with immediate war experience, and that would be the Gulf War.
Sure, yeah.
I guess
what
the
did he
trained
do
people. He was on the front line. He was like one of the first guys in, and I remember him
being a brother.
I remember him being really upset when the war ended because he said we could have taken that whole region,
right?
And we kind of pulled back a little bit. We just kind of took back Kuwait and left.
I'm wondering if Bush learned any of this stuff from his dad, because that was one of the things out of George Sr.'s thing. People always bring it up no matter what happens. Why didn't you finish it?
Yeah, that we didn't take Baghdad and Sodom.
It'll be interesting to see. I honestly thought by this point something would have happened.
Maybe this weekend, Ronnie.
That far away, huh?
Yeah.
I think that far away is not the psychological thing that the country was looking for.
No, that's true. Yeah, because remember last night when Afghanistan started taking hits,
right?
Everyone started thinking, "Wow, all right, here we go."
But remember in Pearl Harbor, they sent guys right at Japan immediately, just so that the news could roll back. Okay, we hit them back.
Yeah.
Here, they hit our biggest city, New York City, downtown, and we're waiting on, remember when when Bush got elected, we were all saying, oh, this guy, he's the hardliner.
Right, trigger happy.
So we're all kind of shocked that so far nothing has happened. I'm not saying that we don't have huge plans, but it's just surprising to me.
Well, these things nowadays also, when President Clinton was in office, these things would happen when you really didn't expect it. Where it seemed like, I guess we're not going to do anything. Then something would happen.
Here is Mike. Mike, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, fellas, what's happening?
How you doing, my friend?
I'm not doing good. I'm pissed. I've had it, and I'm pissed. We got to close the gates to this country, and we got to stop letting these people come in here and live here amongst us. They're animals. They can't be trusted. They take our airplanes and they drive them into our buildings. What right do they have? We give them freedom from their animalistic countries that they come from, and they've got the nerve to do this to us, to do these things to us. I'm beside myself. I'm disgusted. I've been disgusted since the moment it happened. I got a brother. We don't know where he is. I don't know what else to say. I know I see it everywhere I go. I was driving through a rural area of New Jersey today. I seen two kids standing on their front lawn with a sign, "Beep for America."
Yeah.
We got to get together on this. People have got to get together. It's got to end right here today. Got to end.
All right, thank you for calling us, Mike, and best of luck with your brother, okay, my friend?
Peace.
All right, peace.
Take care, Mike.
Peace. It's a rough situation when you say to somebody, Fez. I mean, I want to say, hey, it's not, all the people who come into this country. It's a very, very small minority. But the guy's angry. Just
can't find his brother, and you can't argue with him and his anger at this point. Because it's inexcusable what happened.
Yeah, it is inexcusable, but we also want to have a clear head. We're looking. This is what the other thing I'm talking, Fez. We're looking for that leadership. We're not saying for the people out there to take this into their own hands, or you see somebody doing something stupid, or you have a guy who may look of the same nationality as the people who did this, and he's running the store in your neighborhood, and the point is, don't take it out on him.
Yeah. It's not the guy that's delivering your pizza that did this. It's not the guy that's running the dry cleaners that did this.
877-692-1027. John, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hi, John.
Hello. Hey, how are you?
What can we do?
You guys there?
Yeah, what can we do for you tonight, John?
I'm sorry about my cell phone static. Listen, I just got a quick update. I'm driving home. I work in Jersey, and I take the thruway back up north. And I went through the Harriman toll, and I lost count of 5 state troopers with their lights on at full speed heading south towards Jersey or somewhere. I don't know if anything's going on or what, but it was quite a sight to see that many cars in a row just flying down the highway. So I hope everything is over and done with, but if there's more going to go on, I'm keeping my eye out.
Yeah, it's been 2 days of sirens. Even in unaffected neighborhoods, you just hear sirens going.
Even yesterday coming home, I saw some convoys from Stewart Airport going down and maybe 1 or 2 cop cars, but I lost count at 35 of them with their lights on just flying down. They weren't taking their time.
All right, thanks, John.
I hope everything's all right.
Yeah, we'll have one of the many people helping us tonight.
Hopefully somebody else might be farther up that way and call back and say where they see them or where they're heading.
All right, thanks a lot, buddy.
And you got to understand that there's a lot of military in the area now, so who knows what kind of escort anyone's getting.
Hey, Vinny, you're on Ron and Fez. How you doing, pal?
Hi, Vinny.
How you doing, fellas? I just wanted to give you a little reality check of just what it's going to take, how long it's going to take to do this New York City cleanup. You're looking at 200,000 tons of steel in this building. That's not including glass, concrete, and everything else, all the other debris. 200,000 tons of steel, unloading it at 1,000 tons a day, which is a rather productive pace. Let's say they're working around the clock and they do 200. They do 2,000 tons a day of just the steel that they're taking out. And you're still looking at 100 days of work just to get the debris out of the area, and they're sifting through it very slowly, trying to find survivors, trying to find bodies. So it's going to be a lot longer than everybody else thinks to when they figure this out and when they actually get this all cleaned up. New York is going to be fractured. I mean, I feel everybody's soul is fractured from this tragedy.
Yeah, I think you're right about that, Vinny.
And the devastation.
It's going to take a long time to heal.
Right.
A very long time.
And the physical, you talked about, moving out all that steel, and that devastation isn't done yet because One Liberty Plaza has collapsed now, and they're worried about World Trade Center number 5.
Right. It's just an utter mess, and it will be a very, very long time before anybody. I mean, Trump will have plenty of time to plan out his plan of action if he's going to build in New York, because there will be a long, long period of cleanup.
All right, thanks, Vinny.
Take it easy.
That's it.
They had one survivor story on the news today. A guy who was, I think he said the 62nd or 82nd floor in one of the towers when it started to collapse.
Yeah.
He said he rode the debris down and ended up getting out of that thing with 2 broken legs.
Amazing.
Isn't that wild?
How high was he?
I thought they said 82nd. It might have been 62nd floor. But it was, more than halfway up.
I guess somehow just riding it right and getting the right kind of bounce on the bottom.
I guess, yeah. If you are able
almost like coming down an elevator, maybe.
Right, or if you're, able to stay somehow on top of a slide.
Right.
That's incredible. Yeah, the fact that they have pulled 7 survivors out of the wreckage now.
Hey, Mike, you're on the Ron and Fez Show.
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I just have a few things. Everybody's looking for instant gratification about, what is Bush going to do, and I think, people don't realize that, obviously there are plans in the works, and, things are going to happen, but you just have to be patient and allow it to happen the right way. They're moving military forces into different locations, to assist when the time comes. And these terrorists, they act on revenge. And if you just go in there and attack their country or their leader, you never know who's set up right now. What terrorist groups are still in the country. There could be a warehouse in the city that is filled with bombs, ready to go off if they need to call for some sort of revenge. So I think that people just need to be patient, and something will happen.
All right, so Mike, you're saying we do nothing about this in case they have a warehouse full of bombs.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is people are saying, we have to do something today, right now. Let's go bomb them, and that can't be the case because it won't create an accurate response.
Okay, Mike.
Yeah, and if we send fighters over some country to attack, you also want to make sure that they got their backup. That there are destroyers or whatever in the area that are going to be able to back them up. Or, if we're other countries, as like they said, the alliance has been attacked.
I have no idea about all that, Fez. I've never been in the military myself. I'm just saying from a psychological point of view, to keep some of these people who it seems to be boiling up in them like they want to solve these crimes themselves.
Yeah, in 24 hours, you're right. It's boiling. It's starting to boil over.
Yeah. And a lot of these people who think that it has to do with people who live in this country. I mean, I think most of us are doubting that. Mm-hmm. That these are, American citizens somehow involved in this. And we have to know who these terrorist camps are. We keep an eye on them, right?
Sure.
There's not
we're
one
constantly
camp.
Watching.
There's not one camp we could hit the smart bomb just to say, okay, there's one while we're looking at this other stuff.
These guys we know have been involved in things in the past.
But it's not like we're going to sneak attack anybody, is it? I mean, they got to know they're on the run.
I think the works are it's in the works. The plans are in the works, Ronnie. Something's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it has to right now. Here's Johnny from the Hard Rock. Hey, Johnny, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Johnny.
Hey, boys, how are you?
Okay, man.
I'm just going to ask if I can indulge in it for a minute just on what we're trying to do, and we're looking for some help. Tomorrow we will be donating through the graces of Cisco, and who's one of our food providers, and through us and some other companies in the city. We're going to be making between 8,000 and 10,000 sandwiches.
Thank goodness I'm starved.
Now I'm starving. We're going to be bringing them to the relief workers, Fatty, not for you. We're going to be bringing them down. We've been doing it. We did today. We probably did about 2,000 or 3,000 sandwiches. We're also set up as a station for the Salvation Army. They're in desperate need of socks, pants, like work pants, and shirts for the workers who need to get, obviously, a change of clothes after what they've been going through for the last couple of days. So if anyone wants to drop anything off, help us out. We've gotten calls from other catering companies who are going to come by and help us out. Fezzy, if you want to come by, we'll make you a sandwich. Ron, we're just looking for some help. We're trying to do what we can to try to help the people that are trying to help everybody
So
out.
you're looking for clothes and what else?
Clothes is the big thing that the Salvation Army has asked for. But we'll take donations of non-perishable food items. We'll bring that down to the Javits Center, which is one of the areas where they're doing some of the staging. One of our groups today went down actually to like ground zero to the relief workers and firefighters that were right there. They were taken in by a police escort to give out this food that we're trying to, we just want to help these people. So really anything that people think might be helpful as far as clothing goes and food. If there's any catering companies out there that want to join us, tomorrow morning I'm coming in very, very early to pick up food from a catering company who just called us and said, we have food, we want you to use it.
Okay, so you want them to bring stuff to the Javits Center, not to the Hard Rock Cafe.
No, they can bring it to the Hard Rock. We're going to be doing an assembly line all day long of just sandwiches and things that we can bring down there to help these people out. So if anyone will wear 221 West 57th, we're not really open for business. We're not looking to make a buck. We're looking to help and see, what we can do to help at the time where, there's a lot of people who need some help.
All right, Johnny, hold on. I'm going to have Al talk to you off air, too, okay?
All right.
All right.
See you guys.
That's Johnny from the Hard Rock. 692-1027.
Here's Alex. Alex, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hi, Alex.
Hi. I was just listening to all the talk about the timing on getting this revenge, and I think we all agree that, or many of us agree, obviously there are dissenters about how important revenge is going to be in showing the power of this country and perhaps honoring the people we've lost and the family and friends that we've lost. But I also think there's something, perhaps to Fez's note about waiting a little bit on it, to just showing how important it is to us as a nation to, retrieve our people first and show them the respect that we give to our friends and family.
Okay, thank you, Alex.
Take care, Alex.
See you, buddy.
Thank you for the call. If you want to call and let us know how you're feeling, 877-692-1027.
Here is Ed. Ed, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hi, Ed. Ed?
Yeah, hi. How are you doing?
Sure, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to Justin's call earlier in the show about, the fact when we were going after Iraq, nobody heard anything about women and children and collateral damage, and we were extremely surgical in going about bombing specific areas. And he also made the point that we should impose sanctions on the countries, and in theory sanctions is a good thing, but in reality they just do not work. I mean, we had the opportunity to get Hussein, we didn't. We imposed sanctions, and the man's still in power. The man's still eating filet mignon every night. So, I just think he was way off base in his opinion.
Well, I guess the thing with sanctions is it's supposed to make the people of those countries in so much need that they rise up against their own dictator leaders.
Exactly.
Like in Cuba.
Right. Mm-hmm. So we've seen how that works.
I don't know if it's ever worked, has it?
No, because then the leader says, "Look how America's punishing you."
Right.
Absolutely. It's all politics. It's all propaganda.
All right. Thanks, Ed.
Take care, guys.
See you, buddy. It will be interesting to see, though. 877-692-1027. Fezzy, I think we talked to him last night from ronfez.net. It's the Rooster. How you doing, Rooster?
Rooster.
Hey, guys.
Hey,
I just want to tell you, we all appreciate your taste, the taste you've shown, and you're great Americans for what you're doing. I wanted to call in because I wanted to talk some of the points that have been made about the military.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in the military, and we're activated today. And there's a thing called operational security that is our lingo. And the Defense Secretary today has asked us all to keep operational security at the highest levels. If you know what you're doing, if you know where you're going, if you know what your mission is, and the men out there and women out there know who I'm talking to, and you know what's going on, you don't call up and you don't give that stuff out. You don't give it out to the world because we need to take care of ourselves.
Right.
And the other point I wanted to get on was the IRR, the Individual Ready Reserve, is in your contract when you become a soldier. And once you're off, there's usually a period of about, like if you have a 4-year commitment, active duty, you have 4 years of IRR if you choose to get off active duty.
Oh, okay.
That's when they can call you. They're not going to call you when you're 67 years old.
Right.
But some of the guys that have also had experience, like we said, in wartime, they know what's going on.
Right.
And that's when they can get called back, and they need those people, and those people are great Americans for going.
Even Earl's brother?
I don't know about Earl's brother.
Yeah.
But
so Rooster, you're called up, huh?
Well, I'm called up right now. We're all staged here, and I'll tell you, we're galvanized because we're ready. I don't care if we're deploying to New York or we're deploying to Afghanistan or deploying to Iraq. The soldiers of this country are ready to support every single one of the citizens that are great Americans right now, and I appreciate it, guys. And the sanctions do work. That's why the Iraqi army gave up when we handed them their pamphlets. We shot them out of planes, and those pamphlets hit those people. He might be eating steaks, but he's a mile underground in an underground bunker hiding, Saddam. And the people that are out in those bunkers out there, the people that are in the streets are starving. You know what? And if he would just come out of power and those people would take him out, we'd be able to move in, and there'd be a total different tone in that country. Those people gave up, threw up their hands because they said, the Americans will take us, and we did. Mm-hmm. The soldiers that were there just opened their arms, opened their vehicles, opened their food, and just gave it to their soldiers and said, if you come with your hands open and you give yourself up, I mean, if you've ever seen the footage, thousands and thousands and thousands, divisions of their soldiers gave up. So they do work over time. I just ask that you pray for all the police and the firemen and the military that are out there, and every one of them great Americans that are doing what they can, guys.
Thank you, Rooster.
Thanks, guys.
Best of luck to you, buddy.
Take care, Rooster. Yep, God bless America.
877-692-1027. Here's Mark. Mark, you're on Ron and Fez. How you doing, buddy? Hello, Mark.
Hey, Ron. Hi, Fez.
Hey, man.
Listen, Ron, to answer your question before, as far as like immediate retaliation, obviously we all want something to happen. The problem is, if you compare this to our enemies in the past, I mean, Pearl Harbor, we had the rising sun painted on the side of the Mitsubishi Zeros as they're coming in, and we knew immediately who to go get. If you heard any of the reports today, a lot of these student pilots trained in Florida, what have you, come from all different countries. So we're dealing more with a religious cult of sorts than a country. It would be analogous to, bombing the Vatican because a bunch of Catholics, attack. I mean, it's such a difficult task to pinpoint exactly who we're going to bomb. Now, I mean, without making a joke out of it, I think we have to bomb, unfortunately, those we saw on CNN, these children, these women, and these guys eating these ham and eggs or whatever the hell they're eating in the streets of, I believe, Palestine or Afghanistan. And they're laughing and with the V for Victory. These are the people, these are the children, unfortunately, who are going to continue this because in future years, because they're taught at a young age, number one, that America, they're decadent and they're weak. And they're hidden. The reality of the world is hidden from them. And they are not really aware what happened there in Iraq to Saddam because he's still in power. They don't know the wrath. The only way they learn the wrath is with, like Gaddafi, who learned firsthand that you don't mess with the U.S. because you're going to get the back of the hand. It's such a difficult task to figure out where we're going to start, where we're going to land. Who are we going to start with? Yemen, because they're a supporter? We're going to go to Syria because they're a supporter? There's too many fronts. It's not the line of the line in the sand that we had with Iraq. And we say, you got to go back over this line. It's a huge region of the world that we're dealing with many leaders, and whose alliances we'll never really know. And King Hussein of Jordan, I think, was on this morning with the eloquent English accent he has, and he's like, we're supporting you. And Arafat is crying on this. But I'm unfortunately dealing with so many Arabs in my lifetime, in work and what have you. The bottom line is, they'll pledge their allegiance to the U.S. and say, I love this country, this is my adopted country. But at the end of the day, they're still Arab, and they're going to join with their Arab brothers no matter where they are in the world. That's why I heard about rioting, I believe, in Detroit or something, Palestinians, dancing in the streets of Detroit or something along those lines. I didn't hear the full story.
I hear that from time to time, but I don't know how much of it is just even rumor. That this takes place in America.
Whether it's in Detroit or across the world, just the fact that
that would be a huge difference, whether it took place in Detroit or, in some Arab country.
Well, I just feel that so many, I don't call them Arab Americans. I know true Arab Americans in this country who love this country and embrace it. But there's so many of these, quote, students that come over, kamikaze pilots, it turns out. But they're supposedly students who hate this country, who come here, they make their money, and they go home, but they don't enjoy it. They don't embrace it. They just despise it. They spit on it and say, I'm just going to take what I can and go back home and enjoy my life. And, when I go to heaven, I'll have my 7 women in the harem because I, dive bombed into a building. It's just the most incredible undertaking this country will ever have. And we're partaking in it now, and I just pray for George Bush because there's no simple answer. You can't just fly to Baghdad. You can't just fly to Tokyo. You can't just fly to Tripoli. It's not that easy, and this is going to be I hope Nostradamus was wrong.
Oh, please. You're making all this sense and Nostradamus pops up.
No, it's
hey,
just...
Mark, if you
hear Nostradamus.
Mark, if you had
silly.
to... let me ask you, Mark.
I'm sorry,
Mark,
but...
let me ask you something.
It just...
Mark, listen. Mark.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you something.
Sure.
If you had to guess what George W. Bush is going to do, what would it be?
Oh, God.
You don't know, Dave?
Who does he know at this point? That's the question.
Thank you, Mark. Thanks for calling, buddy. 877-692-1027. He did come up with some decent points before Nostradamus, Fez.
Right.
When that is not any one country, and yet he hinted to the fact that if you have these people in your country, you are now our enemies.
Right, exactly. You're for us or against us, and if this guy, this Osama bin Laden, who they think might be part of this one too. He's already on the FBI most wanted list. And if he's in Afghanistan, you go to Afghanistan and you say, get him. You want to help us? Yeah. You want to denounce these attacks as well as the rest of the world? Then you give that man to us. He's in your country. And if you refuse, then you've made your choice as a country.
All right, what if they say give us 6 months? We're trying. What do you do then?
No, you set a deadline.
What would it be?
We want him. I will give you, since he's out in the woods in mud huts and stuff, and he's on the move. I'll give you 30 days, but I'm not giving you 6 months.
All right, 30 days. All right, so nothing will happen. The United States doesn't do anything for 30 days. 30 days is over. Then what do we do?
Then you start hitting where you think he might be.
Start bombing.
You have intelligence reports that probably have some of his movements, if not all. You start hitting. And when these people say, quit hitting us, we will when we get this guy. That's a country that let him into their borders. He's an exile from Saudi Arabia. They let him in.
All right, there's the Fez plan.
Sure.
From this point on, the Fez plan.
Is that
30 days?
But it's so confusing because, you have Yasser Arafat. You have the Palestinians, those are the children who we see on the news in a disgusting display of dancing in the street and yelling victory. Where you have their leader, Yasser Arafat, threatening the cameramen, saying, don't film this. And he actually donated blood today and said he was going to send it to the United States. That he supports us.
And now, are you buying that act of Fez?
No, and I think that blood's going to end up on the eBay.
Now, this guy, he's supposedly this big terrorist, but I've seen him on Good Morning America for like the last 30 years.
Right.
How can he be a terrorist? And he's all but doing Hollywood Squares, this guy.
And he always looked adorable walking with President Clinton, who was so tall. It looked like President Clinton had a weird ventriloquist dummy with him.
All right, 877-692-1027. So the only solid plan the country has right now is the Fez plan.
Right. You go, if this guy is in Afghanistan, which I think he is, you say, Afghanistan, give us this man.
By October 12.
All right, yeah. Yep.
Do we tell them October, or would that just confuse them?
They'll think it's October.
Ah, that's what we
that'll
call
probably confuse them.
We want it by October 12. Let's see if that one doesn't come along. I don't know. Do we even talk to Afghanistan?
I don't know. We talked to Pakistan, right? I think we talked to Pakistan, who doesn't like Afghanistan.
It doesn't seem like anybody gets along with Afghanistan.
No.
But I remember when Russia tried to roll in there, they kicked the hell out of them.
Russia got their asses kicked on a routine basis by Afghani rebels. And at that point, we must have liked Afghanistan.
Yeah, we probably were giving them, guns and everything else then.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't keep up, Fez.
No,
You ever notice this? Every time it pops up, it's a different, remember it used to be Libya, then it moved over to Iran, and it's Iraq, and now it's like, well, one of those guys? No, well, let's move it over to Afghanistan.
The warlords of Somalia.
Which those guys didn't even seem like a big deal.
No,
Hey, Grace, you're on the Ron and Fez Show. Just hanging out tonight.
Hello.
Letting people talk a little bit. How you doing?
Okay. I like your show, and I'm very glad that you're giving New Yorkers a chance to blow off some steam.
Okay.
If I could say two things.
Sure.
My cousin John is in Ladder Company 5 out of Houston Street, and he's still listed as missing.
God bless you.
Thank you. And the other thing I'd like to say, needless to say, I've been crying nonstop.
Sure.
And I had to go to the drugstore and pick up some aspirin. And while I was waiting to buy the aspirin, there was a rack, you should pardon the expression.
Sure.
A rack.
Gotcha.
Of postcards. And I live in Jersey, and I didn't want to buy a postcard of Morristown, and I didn't want to buy a postcard of the Patterson Falls. They had postcards of the New York City skyline as of Monday.
Mm-hmm.
And I picked up a couple. I have a granddaughter who's a year and a half old, and when she came to visit New York for the first time in November, Mom and Dad took her up to the World Trade Center. So I originally bought these postcards to send to my granddaughter in Florida. I got an email from a friend of mine in Glasgow, Scotland, who said to me, by any chance, as a New Yorker, would you have a picture of the New York skyline? And I sent him back an answer and said, no, but I'll pick up some postcards. And as I was driving to the drugstore, I thought to myself, some entrepreneur who prints these postcards will scoop them all up, and they'll be replaced with great postcards of a big hole in the ground.
Mm.
So I just have a small suggestion, and it'll keep people busy and maybe keep their mind off their cousins who are missing. People take out their Christmas card list and send postcards of the New York City skyline to their family and friends in the United States, maybe overseas. I spoke to another cousin who said to me, send me the biggest postcard you can find. I'll tape it to my living room window next to the American flag. And what you said before about rebuilding, if they need pictures of what it looked like, we'll have all these postcards. So, I'm not talking foreign policy here. I'm talking postcards. But I think it would be a nice gesture if we New Yorkers, or those of us in the New York area who can buy New York City skyline postcards, grabbed as many as we could find, sent it to as many people as we know, so that the spirit of the New York skyline could be in Nebraska or Minnesota or New Mexico or wherever our friends and family live.
Grace, thank you so much for calling, honey.
All right. Keep up the good work, guys.
Hey,
love you both.
Grace. And best of luck to your family. Hope everything works out for you, okay?
Thank you very much.
All right, New York forever, babe.
Bye-bye.
There you go, Grace. Thank you so much for the call.
877-692-1027. Let's see. Let me go to Eric. Eric, you're on Ron and Fez. Hi, Eric.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hello? Oh, my train's going by. God damn it.
Well, this report, the trains are running.
Yes, they are. I'm going into the bathroom. Okay.
All right, buddy.
Hey, I want to thank you guys for keeping this real and for helping people to vent.
That's actually the only thing that we are doing here tonight.
Yeah, that's about it.
That's great. There's a lot of venting to be done. But today, our boss thought it would be a good thing to take us all to lunch to relieve some tension. But as we were pulling into this country club in North Bergen, that happens to be set behind a water treatment plant, there were policemen with shotguns and full body armor checking every car coming in. We asked them. They said there was a call made threatening our water supply. So there's one thing we might tell everybody is to drink bottled water.
Okay, Eric, thank you for calling, buddy.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Eric.
Bye-bye.
Now,
I do that anyway.
The fact of the matter is they're guarding a lot of different things. I saw them in a single subway, and I didn't see it in the next subway I was in. One, it seemed like 4 cops were guarding like the north end and the south end of it. I wonder if that's in every station. I go to the next station. No, I didn't see it at all. So I don't know whether they're getting people that are doing the stupid bomb scare things, or we're going to get the water supply, or whether they just occasionally like to show some force out there to scare off anybody.
Yeah, there does seem to be a lot of police officers just stationed different places where you usually don't see them.
But who knows? And like I said, if there's a reason, they'll tell us that reason. Hey, Chuck, you're on Manifest.
Hi,
Chuck.
How you doing?
Yeah.
How you doing?
Yeah.
I'm in Jersey, close to I guess you could say the Patterson area, okay, and there's a large Palestinian neighborhood there. And I just want to say that I don't have the answers, but I think this is what they should do. And I'm sorry to say this, but I think they need to deport Arab people out of this country, okay? Everybody's sweating about what's going to happen. One way to alleviate that is to just make them go, okay, as a first step.
Chuck, I understand you're afraid. I understand that. But after the Oklahoma bombing, if they took that white guy and they said, let's deport all the white people and then we'll be safe, you would have thought that was insane, right, buddy?
Well, you can't say this is a unique situation to me. You're talking about a certain people, okay? Earlier in your show, you mentioned about the pizza man, this guy. You got innocent people. Yeah, there's innocent people, and I'm sorry to say that some of these people have to go by the wayside, just like we just did.
But
okay?
what if we do the same exact thing and say, look, a white guy bombed Oklahoma, let's get rid of all the white guys? It wouldn't make any sense at all, would it, Chuck?
Even if we made it more specific, like you're saying, a specific group of people. Timothy McVeigh served in the Gulf War. All right, what if we get every disgruntled soldier who served in the Gulf War
or every
and send
redneck?
Them away?
Every redneck.
I hear what you're saying, but the problem with the Arabs overall in general, I feel is too great. Okay, replacing Bin Laden, okay, you'll have someone else there. Okay, someone else will take his place. So going after this one guy or this one group they need to deal with terrorism. All of the groups, they all have the potential. Okay, somebody's funding this. This man is not.
Chuck, I understand what you're saying, but 99.9% of these people that are your neighbors are not your enemies, okay? They're just like you, Chuck. They're doing the same things you are every day. They're trying to earn a living. They're trying to raise a family.
Taking the same train, going on the same sidewalks, going to the same buildings to eat and work.
And then they go home from a long day's work and scheme and plot and have their meetings and this and that.
I don't think they do.
No one knows what's going on because these people are so secretive. They're within themselves. The only other thing I'd like to say is a lot of people show their colors, okay? Everybody's, I have to see their flag to know who they are. The Palestinians, they got the little flags off the river mirrors. You don't see that now, okay? They're undercover. As a group, they're undercover. They don't want to be known as Palestinians all of a sudden. Why?
Chuck, I understand that you're afraid, all right, buddy? Thanks for calling, pal. Sit. 877-692-1027. A lot of people afraid, Fuzzy.
Yeah, we're not going to arrest whole groups of people. That's not going to happen.
Yeah. And you're not going to see President Bush going, let's run through the streets like crazy people.
Right.
If anything, Bush might come up with what's now being called the Fez plan.
Right. You go to the country that has Osama bin Laden.
Yeah.
You say, get him for us. If you're so big on helping us, you're so big on denouncing these attacks, you get this man. And here's the thing. We don't know for sure that he's involved in this one.
It doesn't matter. He's
on the FBI 10 Most Wanted.
He's our guy.
And he's been involved in terrorist attacks against our servicemen and this country for the past 10 years. And it's time to go get him.
So Fez says to Afghanistan, we give you 30 minutes. And
I think I said 30 days.
Oh, 30 days.
30 days, which I feel is too long,
but
I'm trying to be kind to them.
Are you sure you don't want to tighten up the Fez plan? I mean, I haven't sent it in yet. I haven't typed it.
I'd love to say 2 weeks, but I'm going to stick with 30 days because this guy is a rat who burrows in the ground, literally. Yeah. This man lives in a mud hut because that's where slime is, in the mud.
Okay, so you give him 30 days.
If you're the country that's got him,
right,
you hand him over, you get him, or you are considered his pal, his best friend, and you're going to suffer along with him.
All right, let's pretend that I'm Afghanistan and you're the America, okay?
Uh-huh.
You start giving me the Fez plan.
All right, Afghanistan,
Yes. How are you?
Good to see you. We found out Osama bin Laden is...
Who?
Osama bin Laden?
I don't know him.
He is in your country? Our
No.
intelligence reports say that he is in, let's say, North Afghanistan.
No, couldn't.
He's in Kabul. Let's say
again
we
who?
found out he's in Kabul. Osama bin Laden.
Wait, my baby's crying. Can you come back tomorrow? That's what they're going
I'm
to try.
Gonna kill you.
That's what they're going to try.
Mm-hmm. Well, then, yeah. We'll let him do the double talk. Let him try it. They'll be talking out the other side of their ass if they end up being his friend. Exactly.
Well, Fez, your plan seems to be a little more thought out than the president's plan. We haven't heard his yet.
We don't know his.
When I first heard the Fez plan, I go, is this a diet plan? And they go, no.
No, never. And a lot of this I'm taking from John McCain, except for the 30-day part.
Oh, this is the McCain Fez plan.
Well, actually, John McCain just said, go get Osama bin Laden. He didn't say anything about countries holding him.
Oh, in order to say, he says that you got to turn him over. He's saying to people.
He's saying for us to go get him. That it's time to go get this man.
See, I thought this made a little sense.
Right.
Now it's McCain's.
Now, I've added Afghanistan and a 30-day waiting period, and if you help him, you're his friend, and we'll get you too.
I still think you could be sued.
By who?
John McCain.
Oh.
The air pirate, John McCain.
We need the air pirate
Right,
back in the air.
Here's somebody we haven't talked to in a while, Fezzy. It's Hot Liz. Hot Liz, how you doing, honey?
Hi, I don't want to be Hot Liz today.
All right, just Liz?
Just Liz is all right today.
Okay,
yeah, I was doing all right. Like, knew a few people, a couple of close friends that were at the Trade Center. Like, had come to grips with that last night when nobody had heard from them, whatever. And then this afternoon, I get out of class, and I check my messages, and I had gone to college in Virginia for a couple of years, and I found out that two of my best friends from down there were interning at the Pentagon and are among the 1 to 800 missing there.
Oh, my God. No.
It's awful.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm getting it from all sides there, and it's a mess.
How old are these folks?
My age, 22.
22 years old.
22 years old they are, and we had my dad had a close friend. His son-in-law called his wife, who has a 3-year-old, a 2-year-old, and a 6-month-old. And he was on the 101st floor, called his wife, just said, I love you, and the phone cut out.
Oh, my God.
And it's gone. It's just one horrible thing after another. And I feel terrible that I called Monday night at the end of your show complaining about what a bad day I had then.
Right. Yeah, isn't that funny? We were all talking about that the other day, is that we can't even remember the things that we used to bitch at last week. It was Al.
It's awful, and I live down at the Jersey Shore and, like, right by Sandy Hook, and, like, we've been down out there, like, watching to see if there's anything we can do, because there's all the ambulances are coming. They're bringing them over here on the ferries now, and they're sending people to the hospital my sister works at in Philadelphia. Like, they're taking them everywhere, and it's just a mess, and I feel terrible, and just...
You know, Liz, that's what shows you the amount of the devastation this has done, the incredible death toll that's going to actually come out of this, because everyone seems to be having a connection to the attacks.
And just quick, if I can add, that guy that was on before me, just the idiot that wants to send all the Arabs back.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know what people are thinking. You're seeing it around here. Like, I mean... Suddenly, like, I went into my 7-Eleven today, and it was, like, the two white people that worked there were there by themselves, and, like, the other guys were hiding in the back. And, like, I mean...
The guys that own the little...
they're people that have pumped my gas and, like, I bought my cigarettes from for years. I don't think they're the enemy, you know?
Right, yeah.
I noticed that the guys that own the little place in my area, Fez, weren't in today, and they had
really?
They had the chain link thing down. So I'm like, oh gosh, you know, I'm just hoping we don't do that. You know, I'm hoping. I mean, to me, the whole point of this is to come out of it stronger. Maybe that's the only thing that we can pull out of this is to come out of it stronger and better. I hope so.
Because those aren't the people responsible. It sounds crazy to have to say it, but they're not the people responsible. The guys in these stores, they can barely get you a lottery ticket. They can't do these sort of plans.
That's not helping, Fez.
Yeah, well, thank you guys for letting me vent.
All right. That's
I
what we'll do.
appreciate it.
All right, bye-bye.
Take care,
doing
Liz.
what you're doing.
Yeah. All right, it's so heartbreaking, Fez. And now, you know what, with Liz, on any other day, I'd be, like, crushed to hear that. I'm worried I'm already getting to be that immune to it. I'm numb to it almost.
So many stories coming out of these disasters.
And I don't want to not feel things.
Right.
When someone says to me, I lost my friends, I don't want to sit there and go, oh, did you?
Right.
Yeah, I know. There's a guy in my street missing. You know, I don't want to be that. I want to feel alive again. I want to feel like a person again.
Yesterday, when all this started, it was very odd because you're saying, oh, my gosh, there's buildings that we've lost. We've lost magnificent buildings. Then the human factor starts showing up, you know, where you see people running from the scene, and you see the rescue workers that are most likely trapped underneath there. Then we came in last night and started hearing really personal calls and episodes that came out of this.
Yeah.
It is so rough. So, but we're willing to listen. 877-692-1027. That's all we can do, Ronnie, is keep the phones open.
Jamie, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, guys, what's going on?
Hey, Jamie.
Listen, I'm a trauma nurse who's also a Gulf War vet, and I was in the city last night doing my part. I'm from Jersey, and I'm almost 30 years old. I've been looking at these buildings for most of my life. I just can't believe what's going on. You know, I'm taking care of half-dead firemen and cops last night, as well as, you know, civilians. And I'm looking around, and I'm seeing so many things that I saw in the Gulf, and I can't believe that this type of thing could happen in the richest, most powerful country in the world. And how we're sitting on our hands is really frustrating me right now.
Well, Jamie, we don't know that yet. I mean, we don't know what the plan is. And they're not, you know, Bush and his advisors, they're not going to come out and say, you know, we've got 8 or 9 ideas. What do you guys think? You know, and run that past CNN and Fox News and stuff like that. And I'm looking for that leadership right now.
I'm kind of hoping that.
And Jamie, don't think that because no one's gotten bombed that people are sitting on their hands. In this city alone, people are down there, emergency workers, they got more. Actually, people got turned away, you know, that went down to help. They are digging out this city, and they are going after those people that are trapped. 7 survivors pulled from the wreckage. Plus, this government is working on who did this.
Well, I'm headed back out there in an hour. The same people I was with last night are expecting me back tonight. And the only hope I have is that George Bush's old man is whispering in his other ear.
All right, thank you, Jamie.
Thanks.
877-692-1027. Hey, Patrick, you're on our Ron and Fez.
How you doing, guys?
Hey, Patrick.
I just think right now the government's dropped the ball here by not attacking, you know, quicker. I think everybody's waiting for it. It's not happened yet. You know, you watch these kids that go to school, and they threaten a teacher now. You know, they're taken right out of the class, so on and so forth. They're thrown out of school. And, you know, they're hardened criminals right away, these children. Now the government gets, you know, London gets aware 2 weeks ago of a bombing or some maybe attack on this country, and we don't move on it. You know, we find out everything afterwards. I think they're dropping the ball here by not going after these countries, whether it be Afghanistan, Syria, Palestine. They all need to go because they're just sitting in the streets and screaming and yelling, we deserve to die, and ha, ha, ha. It's just ridiculous now.
Patrick, thanks for calling us, buddy. I'd say a lot of people getting frustrated with us.
Yeah, the frustration and the anger are so much more than there was some last night, but you can tell people's patience are nearing an end here. As the shock, you know, fades away, and the reality of it comes in.
You know, it may be quite some time before Bush figures out what the exact thing he wants to do. But you know that he's got all of his advisors. He's not the type of person to go, no, let me think.
Oh, definitely, right. Yeah.
What he's probably saying is, give me a couple of plans and I'll pick one and approve it. And what will we get out of it? You know, if it's, I forget what the term is, Fez, when you try to do back, so it's about the same as what you got. What's that term they have in a military fashion?
Something
response. It's an even response or something along those lines.
Right.
You know. Well, here, you just attacked, you know, New York City.
Mm-hmm. So
it seems like if we level one of these countries, it's about equal.
Yeah, then it starts being fair again.
So it doesn't look like we have to worry about being overhanded here.
No, not whatsoever.
Actually, my thing, I'm taking myself out of it. I'm not even I don't find myself as interested one way or another about what the government does. I figure we got the military there. We're paying for it. I'm going to let them figure it out. Like they were a mechanic. Me, myself, I'm a little more about getting New York up and running again.
Sure. And trust, the government is going to handle this. Someone is going to face the wrath of the United States of America.
But is it be as much as these people want, Fez? I think that's what they're worried about. I think so many times they feel dissatisfied with that type of thing.
Well, as the frustration grows, so does the want for revenge. And, some people won't be satisfied unless, countries are turned into parking lots.
All right, here's Steve. Steve, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, Steve.
Good evening.
Go ahead, Steve.
My heart goes out to everybody, all the victims and the families. I just wanted to remind you, about 2 months ago, you had an individual on that was trying to debate whether the sanitation department had a more dangerous job than the police and fire department.
Yeah, that actually came out of a Mike Bloomberg speech.
That's Billy Staples.
Yeah, I thought it was Billy Staples. I wasn't positive. But anyway, I don't think any more needs to be said about that.
Billy, are you giving up on that one now? All right, go ahead, Steve. What else?
No, I was just going to say, as far as, what our response should be, as far as the government taking care of it, they will have a response. I'm just a little concerned that it won't be, what needs to be done.
Yeah.
If the next time a terrorist act happens here, unfortunately, as bad as this act was, the next one will be 10 times worse. There'll be biological, chemical. It's going to be horrific. We should learn something from the Israelis.
Steve, at one time I would have called you paranoid, but not anymore, my friend.
Yeah.
No, I was never paranoid, but I live in New York, and I heard there was a possible attack that was going to take place on Indian Point.
Oh, okay.
Got it. Dump.
Sorry about that.
All right, thanks, Steve.
All right, take care.
Take care, Steve. Thank you for the call.
Roy's not on the dump button tonight. He's at the party.
Did he show up?
Yeah. He's at the party in our hall.
Nice. Why weren't we invited?
All these guys show up 48 hours later with actualities and breaking news stories.
I know. Well, the stuff we could have used last night.
Right, that's the breaking news.
When we had the skeleton crew.
Right.
Hawk and Earl.
When no one knew whether this whole thing was happening. Then we got this. All right, what about Billy? He was here.
Oh, yeah, Billy.
Where's the Hawk?
The Hawk ended up working a 15-hour shift.
Is he sleeping now?
So, yeah. The Hawk, and they made him walk back over the Queensboro Bridge.
No, why couldn't he ride?
Even though the trains were running at that point, they still made him walk back. So, I'll tell you what, I heard this in the boss's office today. And not to attack anyone who couldn't come in because transportation was down, but the boss said to me, we separated the men from the boys yesterday on who came in. I'm not pointing out any individuals, but everyone knows who was here last night on the skeleton crew.
Then he told us the Hawk story.
Uh-huh.
Actually, the two bosses did.
Right.
And then they told us the Billy Staples story, which Fez made a joke about, size.
The man hid in the bathroom half his size to stay on the train that was getting stopped in Jamaica, Queens.
That part isn't true, is it?
Oh, yeah, Jamaica, Queens, they stopped him.
I'm not that part. They have his size.
Oh. So, just let everyone know who's hustling around here tonight like you're at NORAD. Last night was hustle night, okay?
I need a Rolade, by the way, or something. I got a little indigestion going from certain bagel with chives.
Ew. Wow, were they out of bread?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, next day they were out of bread. I'd eat a bagel for dinner.
Oh, gosh.
Either I expect my wife to cook.
I had a blueberry muffin where the blueberry, singular, Ronnie, a single blueberry in the muffin.
How many times I got to tell you, it's Blueberry's muffin.
That's what I'm going to have to ask for in the future.
I heard Earl talk about a pizza earlier, and then I never saw him again. Then he was out of here telling stories of his brother.
Right. Ernie Douglas.
That's not his real brother, is it?
I think so.
All right, it's Ron and Fez. We just we're going to hang out with you here tonight, take phone calls. Difficult time. And just on a personal level, I don't even know what's happening to myself. Yesterday I think I was beyond sad. I was in shock. I was devastated by just the change of life that we're going through, and just the humanity of what happened in our own city. Today I find myself number and number. Is that crazy? Is it normal?
I think it's absolutely normal because it's a situation of you wonder, is anything ever going to feel normal again?
Yeah, but
are we ever going to do the normal show again? Like, will we ever do Oscar blurbs again? It just doesn't seem anywhere in the near future.
I'm worried more about, I don't want to go through life with the feelings of like an undertaker.
Yeah.
And yesterday I was so sad. I was crushed. I felt like my heart was broke. Today, I don't even feel like myself.
Yeah,
I'm starting to numb up watching these things on TV that had me screaming the day before.
People talk about how the skyline has changed now with the World Trade Center being destroyed. Well, now what's so odd is that ugly plume of smoke is now the skyline. You see that everywhere.
You know what else scares me? You just don't even know what's mixed in there, and it's so sad.
Right.
To think, you know.
And as more stuff falls down and collapses, that cloud just gets bigger, and it's a cloud of doom. And it doesn't feel like anything will ever be right again.
This is your way of making me feel better.
Oh, no.
I want to... Is this the new Fez plan? You've taken somebody... I'm basically sitting here in front of you, Fez, asking for help.
I'm telling you that you're normal. That everything you're feeling, you're supposed to be feeling.
A lot of the instant feedbacks, I haven't even had the heart to read, Fezzy.
More sad news there.
Everywhere. Hey, Michelle. Michelle, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hi, Michelle.
Yes, hi. I'd like to give my condolences and my prayers to all the family and friends that have been lost. If you've ever been through a tragedy when you've lost family members, you need people to gather around you and give you support. Yes, you do miss the landmarks, your history. You cherish the things that have been burnt down. But in the long run, it's the memory of the people that you should hold on to that have been lost. Value them. Make sure that you pass on stories to the children. Let them know that their parents were good people. You don't want to forget that the most important thing is to hold on to life. We want to bomb. We want to destroy. That's all good to have the Rambo mentality, but whether or not it's here or abroad, to lose a parent or a child is devastating. They will not be there to see their child walk down the aisle. That daughter will look and say, I wish I had my father on my arm to walk down the aisle. You just cannot imagine, unless you're listening to this, if you're a person who's lost your loved one, that's the most important thing right now, is gathering around those people and giving them moral support, holding their children.
All right, thank you very much for calling, Michelle.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that.
Here's Ravi. I'm going to guess Ravi.
I think you're right.
Ravi, you're on
Ron and
Fez. How are you, my friend?
Hi,
Ravi.
I love your show. The reason I'm calling, I'm from India originally. And one of the reasons I'm calling is all the negativity is definitely warranted. I've been here for 38 years. I'm an American citizen. I have 3 children. I married a Italian woman, most beautiful. And the atrocity that came down here affects everybody's skin color or not.
Right.
I mean, do you agree with that?
100%, my friend.
You know, in fact, one of the callers, Liz, that I called earlier, was talking about even the same thing with like gas stations, blah, blah, blah. I would just hope in the American hearts that we're all Americans. We came here from different countries, but we defend our country no matter what. And I'm ready to take guns up. With anybody who is guilty, I'm ready. And my children are ready. And when they saw the atrocity happening, I basically, said to them, this is what people do. And I was prepared to go to war to defend my country. Now, when people say my country, we came here, everybody came here in a different walk of life. But as Americans, it's the greatest thing to know that now we're united But one of the reasons that I called is sometimes it's scary because I'm a therapist. I do a lot of traveling. And then I see a lot of people as I'm walking on the roads or going down the LIE, and people give me looks because of my skin color.
Mm-hmm.
And here I have been 38 years. I have pretty much helped everybody. This is what I do for a living. And to get negative looks, I just hope the American public understands that not everybody who has that skin color, do not judge them.
Right.
Because we do pay our taxes, we support the military, and we're ready to fight for the military.
Bobby, thank you, my friend.
Is that all?
Was there something more you want?
Oh, I wanted your feedback. You always have feedback. Come on, especially Ron.
You said nothing I disagreed with. You know, I agree with you 100%.
And it's like we said before, don't attack your neighbors.
We are a country of all different kinds of people. This also on the instant feedback, there as far as the Arabs being called Muslims, not all Arabs are Muslim. Christian Arab.
Well, I was basically born Hindu, but then I converted to Christianity when I came here. But that's a whole different story. We're not talking about a religious thing, but unfortunately, this is a religious attack. And anybody who's fanatical enough to do this kind of atrocity to the people and to be able to get away with it, according to them, will not get away with it. And let me put it to you this way. We will all unite as United States of America citizens to be able to...
We'll have to jump you out. All right, thanks, Robbie.
Okay.
Take care, Robbie. Thank you for the call. And he's right. We will all stand together.
Will we, Fez?
Yes, we will. This ain't gonna beat us. This ain't gonna be the end of the United States of America.
877-692-1027. I'm not going to go to Joe line 3. It's just stupid, and I'm not going to do that, Billy.
All right.
It's just ridiculous. And I know that people like to call up radio talk shows and say something outrageous. So that you know what I mean? Like if you're calling one of those political shows, you could call up and say, I think that we should take, certain people and do that. It's just ridiculous. I'm not in here. If we can't do our normal show, and we can't, Fez, we can't come in here and do comedy. But because of that, I'm not going to come in here and just be cruel for cruel's sake. It's ridiculous.
So what we've done is we've opened the phone lines, 877-692-1027, because everyone's feeling so much. And if you want to talk about how you're feeling, but not about the stupid crap, stupid international crap, we're here for you.
Jim, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hello, Jim.
Hello.
Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, how you doing? I was just kind of thinking with everything that has been happening and everything else like that. It's just that the war on terrorism for the past years or so is not that unlike the war on drugs. Think about it. We have.
I'm listening, Jim. We lost you.
Jim, your phone cut out, buddy.
All right, what he's saying is that we can't win the war on terrorism. And I don't think anybody ever said we could. But we've got to constantly knock it back.
Yeah, you got to stay on top of it, because they said with this Osama bin Laden, whoever he is, they said, there's obviously other people working with him, that if we got him, they would replace him. But you stay on top of it, and you watch it, and you punish individuals that are responsible for these things. And in that way, hopefully dissuade others from following that lead.
I don't know what's going on with the phones at all now. I can't even see them. Hey, you're on Ron and Fez.
Go ahead, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hello?
Yeah. Hi, you're on Ron and Fez. How you doing? I don't have your name. I'm sorry.
We don't know your name because.
Hi, fellas. This is Bruce out in New Jersey.
Hey, Bruce. The computer went down. That has all the calls on it.
It happens, but
I'm with Ron on the emotional part. I don't really know where I am right now, but I've certainly been doing a lot of thinking about what it means for me and everybody else. And I think there's a lot of things that we need to see here, that points that have become painfully obvious. One of them is, of course, that life in America is really, really good, and that's probably a lot of the reason why these people don't like us. There's certainly some jealousy involved. In any case, what it points up to us is that, yesterday, all the petty differences that we had were out the window. Someone's hurt, a black man helps a white man. Nobody cares then. There's no fighting about that. I think one of the reasons that we fight with and have all these little petty differences is because our life is so good. That's all we've got to focus on. We don't have that many problems we really need to fix. But also, as far as the government response, everybody likes that emotional stuff. Yeah, nuke them, blow them off the face of the earth, but that's obviously not appropriate. The government absolutely does need to do something, and they need to resolve the problem at least as much as they can. And like you said, you eliminate one terrorist, there's going to be another to fill his place. Well, you know what? You got to take care of that one too. And it's analogous to having, a burglar in your house or someone that would come in your house and kill you. And if they're in your house, you got the right to kill them. And they were in our house yesterday. And so they need to be dispensed with. And, certainly throwing all the Arabs or the Islamic people out of this country is again, inappropriate. I think the majority of the people that are in those countries are working slobs just like me, and they would probably be just as happy to have a decent sandwich and a clean pair of socks as they would to see buildings blown up in the United States. I think they're struggling pretty hard. And, I'm really impressed with the people of the United States, how we have come together, and the police and fire, these are good guys. They're on our side.
All right, thanks a lot, my friend.
We need to take stock of where we're at and look at why this stuff happens and come to realize that we've given so much away. We've essentially invited this sort of stuff towards us, and a lot of this political correctness and stuff. Everybody walking on eggshells, afraid to say anything. You know what? Sometimes you got to say, I'm sorry, I can't be politically correct. We got to do what we got to do. This is an issue of the security and preservation of life in the United States. And self-preservation, a lot of means become appropriate when your self-preservation is threatened. And this is absolutely an act of war. We don't know who it's war with at this point, but it is unconditionally an act of war.
All right, thanks a lot for calling us.
Okay.
Take care, Bruce.
We ought to get the box score going here, Fez, with the buildings that we lost today.
Yeah. We had, I know the One Liberty Plaza collapsed. Mm-hmm. What was remaining of one of the Twin Towers went down. And I guess they're still worried about World Trade Center number 5.
Here's some of the other things that are happening now as you are going to be allowed to travel again, Fez. Here's some of the new restrictions. Total ban on knives of any material. Previously, knives with blades shorter than 4 inches had been allowed.
I never knew that.
No, so I guess you could have gone on with a penknife. Or a lot of guys that have clips and stuff like that have that tiny little knife with it.
Also, curbside and off-airport check-ins will be eliminated. You're not going to check in curbside with your luggage anymore.
That's the only thing I ever like to do because I got a full family with me. So I'd rather just haul the thing out once instead of try to drag all that stuff through the airport. So that one makes it. It's going to be a lot more difficult to travel. Use of federal air marshals will be stepped up. If you remember, they started these in the 1970s, where occasionally you'd have that cop on the plane.
Oh, right, yeah.
So we'll have some more of those. More officers will be on duty at the airports.
And there are going to be more physical checks of passengers. So when they start patting you down and having you open your jacket and stuff.
All but ticketed passengers will be prohibited from going past the metal detectors. So when you're dropping off your mom, you walk up to the metal detectors and say, that's it. Sometimes it's like that, sometimes it's not. I never know when they decide.
Right, so when you're flying in someplace, there will not be people at the gate to greet you. Right. They're going to be on the other side of the security. Plus, speaking of that security, airport security screeners are going to be required to meet higher standards now And, in fact, the contractors who supply the security personnel will be required to report to the FAA. So now anyone working security in an airport is going to be under the direct control of the Federal Aviation Association agency.
Why don't we go to wins?
Okay.
10-10 wins for 5 minutes, Fez.
All right.
And see what's up there. 877-692-1027. Ron and Fez.
When I flew today, for the first time, I flew over the city I love after this terrible incident. And not seeing those two proud, tall towers standing there, I almost felt violated. But we're not going to let those feelings stop us from doing everything that we have to do. We want to thank the president. He has been something. He has said he will do whatever it takes to help New York. He called me within 3 hours of the tragedy to say just that. Tonight, Joe Albaugh is here, the head of FEMA. He will spend several days here. They will bring grief counselors. They will bring teams to help with rescue, generators, and other things that we need. And so we will rise and fight again. We will share the grief with the so many, and then we will move forward together, united, because nothing like this kind of terrible, awful, and nasty action can unite us. Nothing can unite us like this, and we're going to stay united till we get the job done.
Well, I want to thank the mayor and the extraordinary team that has come together to organize the response to this attack. And I want to thank the governor for everything that the state is doing and will do. And I particularly want to, on this occasion, thank the federal government as represented here by the director of FEMA. We just had a very thorough briefing. I took a lot of notes about what is needed, the status of the various efforts that are going on. And I would just reiterate that we've responded in an exemplary fashion. I don't think there is any place on earth that could have or would have responded so well. But this is a long-term commitment that we have to make to the people who have been directly affected, the loss of life, the injury, the family members, and to rebuilding and reconstructing, to making it absolutely clear that every business that ever had any operation in the buildings that are no longer there will find a place in New York City, to open up and keep going into the future, to build it together. And none of this would have been possible without the heroic efforts of so many men and women who responded to this tragedy. And, you know, we've talked a lot about what we need to do here in New York and how well New Yorkers are responding. But this was an attack on America, and all Americans are responding on behalf of New York as well. And I am confident that America will stand with us every step of the way, provide every resource we need, not only in the immediate time frame, but for months and years to come, because this was an attack on New York, the global city, and it was an attack on American values, and we will show those who plotted this and carried it out that there isn't any stopping us, and that we will keep going, and that's the greatest rebuke that we personally can deliver to them while we seek them out and inflict whatever punishment and retaliation is deserved.
New York Senator Hillary Clinton, preceded by New York Senator Charles Schumer, the mayor, and Governor Pataki. Our continuing coverage continues now with Catherine Smith. I'm Doug O'Brien.
Wins New Time, 8:33. We'll check traffic now with Jeff McKay. All right, we'll try to get back to Jeff in a moment. A look now at the national scene. Here's 1010 Wins reporter Cheryl Simone.
The fire is out at the Pentagon some 36 hours after the hijacked jet first crashed into its side. Hopes of finding more survivors in D.C. are all but gone, but about 100 military personnel and an undetermined number of civilians are still missing. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld says earlier estimates of as many as 800 dead were way too high. Earlier today, President Bush toured the Pentagon damage.
Our country will, however, not be cowed by terrorists.
Late today, a dozen firefighters held up a huge American flag on the roof and draped it near the blackened gash in the building, an example of the spirit of our nation and evident throughout D.C., as correspondent Bill Greenwood tells us.
Throughout Washington, you'd think it was the 4th of July as hundreds of residents fly American flags in front of their homes. In a complex of townhouses near the Georgetown section, residents awoke to find that someone had placed small flags on each and every lawn.
Now, the plane that went down in Pennsylvania may have been headed to another target. CNN's Miles O'Brien has more on that flight.
We've just heard from some people who had a relative on board that plane, Jeremy Glick, who was traveling with his 2-month-old child, Emerson. During the course of when it became apparent this was a hijacked aircraft, he called home. In the course of that conversation, people at home, his mother and his wife, called 911 operators, conferenced them in. But during this conversation, it became evident to Mr. Glick that there had been a plane which had crashed already at the World Trade Centers. He put the phone down, according to his family members, shortly, came back on the line and indicated that he had just taken a vote among the men on board this plane, and there were a total of, it was a sparsely populated plane, only 38 passengers, had taken a poll of the men on the plane and had made the decision to try to overpower the hijackers. We don't know what happened then. The line went dead.
As far as the recovery and cleanup effort go, federal disaster officials are preparing for a massive search and recovery that will take at least a month, possibly 2 months. The Federal Emergency Management Agency has deployed some 3,000 workers at the disaster sites, including 12 search and rescue teams. Catherine?
Thank you, Cheryl. Simone will be back in about 20 minutes with another update on the national scene. WINS News Time, 8:35. The scene of devastation in Lower Manhattan is becoming increasingly unstable. What was left of the South Twin Tower collapsed early this evening, so there is now nothing left of the World Trade Center towers at all. Here is some good news, though, for air travelers either trying to get somewhere or who were stuck at the airport.
Newark and Kennedy airports are open for limited diverted international flights. Passengers are being asked to check with the individual airlines to see which ones will be operating. LaGuardia is expected to resume operations by the afternoon. The Port Authority's Ernesto Butcher says other major transportation centers will be open as well.
The Lincoln Tunnel will be reopening, and the Port Authority bus terminal will also reopen tomorrow.
The Holland Tunnel will be used only by emergency personnel. Juliet Papa, 1010 WINS at the Port Authority bus terminal.
WINS News Time, 8:34, and we're going to rejoin Mayor Giuliani's news conference.
We have participated in rescue efforts for five people. We have that information. But beyond that, we're going to have to keep searching and looking. But if people come to the center and they're seeking loved ones, we can work with them, we can get the information we need, and we can facilitate, hopefully, finding their loved ones.
How many of those 5 were found today?
Well, that's all together. That's in 2 days. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, are you afraid that some of the bodies may have been burned up in the fires that with the World Trade Center after the fire?
I think we should face these things as we have to deal with them. I don't know the answer to that.
The governor said 2,400 families have already come to the center. Is that correct?
That's correct. Over yesterday and today, we were operating the center at Bellevue and at the Administration for Children's Services, but the numbers became so large that we needed a much bigger space, and the governor and the state have given us the Armory to use. We literally, if we're going to service 2,000 or 3,000 or 4,000 people, we need a much bigger space than is available at NYU and at Bellevue.
Mayor, can you talk about what...
Part of the mayor's press conference and coverage from 1010 WINS. We're Ron and Fez on 102.7 WNEW.
What we're going to do tonight is open up the phones and talk to folks. On a personal thing, I'd rather not get too hateful with this, Fez. I'd rather concentrate on stuff that we actually can do. Let the military concentrate on stuff that they're supposed to be doing. I know people have opinions about that. It seems like every single person out there thinks that they know what we should be doing with this, but it's really going to be left up to Bush and the military, and they're going to need a little bit of time before they know where they're going with it.
As the frustration grows, you see a lot of people who feel that they know what needs to be done,
right,
and that nobody else is doing anything.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So, because we have not launched any attacks yet in the past 36 hours since this happened, that people feel we're doing nothing, and that's where the frustration's coming from.
Now, if you look at what is happening in the city of New York, it's heartbreaking work, and yet people are doing it. People are making heroic moves every time you turn around.
Yeah, the union guys have come into the rescue effort. You know, the welders are down there just cutting through the steel girders and the scraps and everything that's down there, just cutting through the wreckage as best they can, among so many other emergency workers.
Hey, Alex, you're on Ron and Fez. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Alex.
Hey, Ron and Fez.
Hey.
My uncle's a firefighter in a precinct in Harlem, and he was down there the day the World Trade Center came down, and he went into the building to save two firefighters with some guys from his precinct, and unfortunately he also had to bring up one of his friends who had died in the collapse, and I just don't, I think that these firefighters just can't get enough credit for what they're doing down there.
Heroes, and we have no idea how many of them that we lost, Fezzy. We have no idea how many are gone.
Yeah, the numbers, the missing keep changing, and we're not going to know until this entire mess starts getting cleaned up. It's so sad that those guys down there, and that none of that area is particularly stable right now, and everyone's just working to try to get whoever they can out of there.
Alex, thank you, buddy.
All right, see ya.
Right, bye-bye.
Hi, Alex. Bye, Alex.
Lizzie, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, Lizzie.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, honey.
What can we do for you?
I just think that I'd like to raise a point on the religious standpoint of the whole situation. I think that a lot has to do with these, like, sticking up for Israel and everything. You know, the Bible says that it will never be conquered.
I didn't catch that. And what was the music in the background, Lizzie?
Stick up for Israel because the Bible says it will never be conquered.
Okay.
Well, that's where we are. 877-692-1027. Hey, Dirk, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hi, Dirk.
Yeah, hi. I'm just calling in because I'm upset about what somebody said, like deporting Arabs. It's absolutely absurd. I'm only second-generation United States citizen on my father's side, and he came from South Africa. And, I served in the military. I just got out of the Army. I can't, I'm feeling a lot of pain, and I can't say it enough that it's wrong to just rule out, one single group and say that they're responsible and deport them from this nation. We need to find the people that are responsible and punish them severely, just like the president said.
All right, thanks a lot. I think until the president makes that move, Fez, until he makes his decision, people are going to feel like they're going to need to come up with a plan themselves.
Yeah, they definitely are. They're going to fill in the blanks. Because right now there's a lot of holes in everything of who did it, and they will say Osama bin Laden,
right?
Because that's easy.
But I'd rather hear him say that than the guy who runs the corner grocery store. I'm pretty sure Bush isn't going to suddenly say, "Oh, I know who's behind this." The guy who runs the corner grocery store.
So please head as quickly as you can with rocks to the corner grocery store. That's not going to happen, Pete.
We're going to keep chilled out, and we're going to concentrate on stuff that we can do. Let the military make its move.
Right. Now, Donald Rumsfeld, he's Secretary of Defense. He made some comments on a videotape that I guess have been released. He made a videotape comments to American troops that I guess they'll play for them, saying that it's my duty as head of this department to tell you that much more will be asked of you in the weeks and months ahead. This is especially true of those of you who are in the field. Heroes have gone before us. At the Pentagon yesterday, heroes were here again. And I now am speaking to many now, especially those of you in the field, those of you who wear the uniform of our country, that in the days ahead, you too will be called heroes. So, something's on the move.
Something's on the move, Fezzy, or else it's just more of the same there. You know, hey, you guys be ready. 877-692-1027. Here's Judy. Judy, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hello, Judy.
Hi, Ron and Fez. How are you? You guys sound exhausted.
Yeah.
I have a problem with my brother-in-law is a police officer in the city. And when I talked to him today, he just sounded so terrible, congested, and I'm like, what the heck's the matter? And then he told me he got pulled from Queens into Manhattan, and they're wearing dust masks that you do. Basically, if you're spackling your house, these guys are subjected to asbestosis, dead bodies, all this stuff, and they're wearing a dust mask. There's masks out there that cost maybe $1.38 that I spend in the health field to use for myself if I'm going out in someone's home that has TB or something like that. And Giuliani's giving them a 30-cent dust mask. So what, 20 years from now, we're going to have all these officers dying of asbestosis or lung cancer or something for what they're being exposed to save people now? I mean, people should pull together and at least provide the people that are saving people and doing the job with the right equipment.
Thank you very much, Judy.
All right. Now, I thought they tested the air quality, whoever does that, of the conditions in the wreckage area, and said that the asbestos danger was minimal or non-existent.
Those are tiny little dust masks. I mean, other than...
It seems like they would get filled up quick.
Other than keeping the dust right in front of you, away from you. I don't know how it would work with asbestos or anything. Hey, John. John, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hello, John.
Ron and Fez, how are you?
Hey, my friend.
Listen, I'm on the way home.
Okay.
I spent the day down there today digging out my brothers, and I just want to ask you guys if you can let the country know just to say a prayer for us. Get the message out there.
John, you're a firefighter?
Yes, sir.
I think probably from where you are right now, you have no idea of how the rest of the country is praying and behind you guys. It is
we appreciate that.
Amazing. You know, to us, it feels like such a local story, but people have been contacting me from all over the place because they know I'm in New York. Right. And they tell me this is on TV 24 hours a day, and our hearts are broke.
Yeah, we haven't had a chance to look at the TV or anything. We just got released, and I'm on the way home and turned on the radio, and I heard you guys talking about it.
John,
you just have everybody say a prayer, and it would help the guys out a lot.
John, the first time you've been off since you've been down there?
Yeah, I was down there since yesterday morning.
God bless you, my friend. And what time did you get there yesterday?
We got there a little after 10.
Uh-huh.
And a lot of confusion, a lot of emotions, and then we got down to work, and pretty much you're focused on what you have to do at the time. And like I said, we haven't been able to watch the TV or listen to the radio. It's the first time I turned the radio on. And just want to make sure that everybody knows the guys are down there working, and we appreciate the prayers.
Well, you not only have a city, you got a nation behind you, Johnny.
Well, thank you. We appreciate it.
God bless you, my friend.
Take good care, John.
877-692-1027. Here's Kevin. Kevin, you're on the Ron and Fez Show.
Hey,
Hello.
Kevin.
How you doing, guys?
Yeah.
Listen, I just wanted to bring out the point that, the last, recent tragedy in the fire department's recent history was the Father's Day tragedy.
Right.
In which 3 firefighters were killed in the collapse of the hardware store. They were the 775th 776th and 777th firefighter to be killed in the line of duty since, the fire department's history, 135 or so years ago. And now within a few short hours, that number could possibly jump to, over 1,000. I know, a bunch of my, friends that are firemen down there are missing still. You're talking entire fire companies are missing right now.
It is too horrible to imagine, my friend.
It is. I don't know what to even say. I've been calling friends of mine, and, I did hear from two of my friends say that are firemen in the city. I myself am a volunteer firefighter, and, I'm just trying to be there for the families up in Ralph County that have their husbands or their sons or, relatives or friends that are just missing or, working on this tragedy, trying to find their friends and their families. And just anyone that, knows a firefighter and, they might come home for a break for a few hours or whatever, just, try to be there for them, maybe, try to cook their family a meal and just take care of your neighbors right now in the outskirts of the city, Long Island, Westchester, New Jersey, whatever, just, take care of them because, these families are going to need support forever now. And, keep saying the prayers and keep just hoping for the best and just don't give up hope. That's all. And
thanks a lot, Kevin.
Thanks, Kevin. Well said, pal.
877-692-1027. Talking and thinking about those firefighters was amazing stories.
To look at it, it still seems unbelievable. And as the days and nights go past, that the numbers are going to start coming in, and it's going to be even more horrific when you think about it, when we actually start hearing the numbers of those lost.
And hearing some of the stuff of whole companies missing. Whole companies.
That's where you just can't take it in when you hear the words said out loud.
Matt, you're on Ron and Fez. How are you, sir?
Hey, Matt.
Hi, how are you guys?
Good.
Go ahead, Matt.
I was there last night I started work yesterday around noon, and I went into Manhattan around 10, 11 o'clock last night, and I was there until almost noon this afternoon.
You're a police officer?
Yes.
Okay.
What did you say, Matt?
Well, I was stationed around the New York Stock Exchange, and, it's only a couple blocks away from the World Trade Center area. So, I took walks up there several times to see what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
It was horrible. And, Tower 2, there was nothing left of it at all. The roof of it was, in front of the shell of what was left of Building 4.
Just basically sitting on top of the rubble.
Yeah, just like shards of it were just sticking out of the ground, almost like playing cards or something.
How long have you been down there, Matt?
I'm home now, but I was down there for 13 hours last night this afternoon. Building 1, all that had been left of it last night was just my directions were at the south and east walls, maybe 3 stories worth of them, and that was it.
Mm-hmm.
And Building 5 and Building 6 were both just shells, and 7 was completely gone. And at times it was just they didn't even have enough stretchers. They were just making stretchers out of 2x4s, 6 feet long, just hammering plywood onto them. And you'd see rows of guys running in to the rubble with them. And a couple minutes later, you see him running out, which is the bodies wrapped in that blankets, sheets, whatever.
Right.
You just walk around the street down there. And the ass is so thick, it's over your ankle. It's like you walk around like a volcano or something. Like a volcano erupted. The ass is so thick. And all you see is the papers strewn all about. You're picking up these papers and reading them. And it's stuff you see the address, it's 89th floor, World Trade Center or something.
Mm-hmm.
It was how the hell did they get 5 blocks away? It's horrible. It's the first thing ever from my life.
Yeah. Matt, thanks for calling, my friend. And thanks for everything that the police have been doing, too, as well.
Thank you.
Take good care, Matt. Just awful.
877-692-1027. It's, we were talking earlier, Fezzy, about becoming numb to that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because you've seen so many pictures and you've heard so many stories. And then it hits you again and it's real. It's absolutely real.
The human factor gets put into it, and It's that man that just called, that police officer, his friends, his co-workers that were down there, besides all the people that were in the World Trade Center. It's just such a wasteful loss that didn't need to happen. It's so wrong what happened. It's just absolutely wrong.
And there's no way, Fezzy, that this city can let itself lay down for it. There's no plans, of course, to lay down for it.
Nope.
And
people like him, they're going down there and they're still doing their jobs. They're still working. They're digging through there. They found some survivors today. They're going to keep going till they're able to get everything out that they can, people and whatever.
You know what?
And they're not going to stop. We're not going to stop until this gets cleaned up, and we will go forward.
They were talking to the mayor today. The press was sending him one of the many press conferences he was doing. And they're like, will you rebuild? And he looks at them like they're crazy. He says, yes, we're going to rebuild, and it's going to be better. And it's going to be better in every way. It's going to be better economically for the city. And, you know, I'm sitting there and I'm looking at it, and you know how the mayor is, you know, he's the mayor. He's the cockiest guy in the world.
Sure.
And he's brash. And I'm literally thinking to myself, what do you know, normally, if you agree with the guy, the only way to come out of this with a big F-U towards the people who did this is to rebuild it better than ever before, and for all of us in this city to live better than we ever did before. To sit here and live our lives and get more joy than before this thing happened. That is the only situation. You know, you could lay down and go, when stuff like this happens in the world, is anything worth it? The answer, yes. Every moment that you have, that you can laugh, that you can love, that you can be with your family, that be with your friends, is worth it. And this city, New York, is a city of culture. It's a city of great restaurants. It's a city of great music. It's a city of hysterical characters. You know, wherever you go in this city, you're doing something completely different. It's a city of great art. You know, it's been said before, but it's absolutely true. It's the greatest city in the world. And the only thing that we can do right now is to get better at it. New York forever, period. Period. We're not laying down for this crap. No one comes in here and bombs this city and makes us lay down for them. It's not going to happen. We clean up. We rebuild. We go on. We mourn the people that we lost, and we live for them, folks. We live for them.
When the World Trade Center was first built, it was a shining symbol of this city and what goes on here. It was a symbol of world commerce and how this place is the center of it. Now, when we rebuild, I don't know what they're going to put there, but we are going to rebuild, and that's going to be a shining symbol to the rest of the world of the spirit of the heroes we lost there, spirit of the people that lost their lives, and the fact that we won't quit. That's what when we rebuild, that's what it's going to represent. The fact that we won't give up on living free and high and mighty here in New York City and the United States of America.
John, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, what's up, Ron Fez?
Hey, buddy.
You know, I'm a teacher in New Jersey, and I just think that a lot of parents should try to talk to their kids about what happened, because it's like a really difficult thing to deal with in the class when you have kids telling you they don't even feel safe anymore, you know, and I just don't know what to say. Like there's no training for that.
How old are these kids, John?
Like my kids are 6th grade.
Right.
And like some of them kind of have a grasp of what's going on, but a lot of them, they don't even have a clue. And you can just hear that they're just saying, probably repeating like rantings from what they see on television, or like something that their older brother or like another kid has said.
Sure.
And I just really, really think that there's a time when parents should actually sit down and talk to their kids and be frank with them and let them know exactly what happened and what went on. Like I had one kid that said to me today, he was like, I think they failed their mission. They didn't want to crash into the buildings because they died. He didn't realize that they were on a suicide mission. And I didn't want to go into a discussion in the classroom about suicide. So I just told them, well, maybe there wasn't a target. Like, I didn't even really know what to say, you know. It's scary, like, to look at their faces because they're not going to feel safe like how I felt safe when I was growing up. And, you know, that's just really all I wanted to say about that.
Thank you, John.
See you, John. Well, I'm sure there's a counselor at that school. Or
yeah,
somebody
if John doesn't know what to say.
Hope you deal with these.
Bring that person in.
These kids.
Don't lose it in front of the kids, John.
You know, I got to tell you this, though.
Hard not to.
To be in 6th grade and see stuff like this happen. I mean, that did not happen when I was a kid.
No,
you know. Here's Rick. Rick, you're on Ron and Fez. How you doing, Rick?
Hi, Rick.
Hey, what's going on, Ron and Fez? How you guys doing?
Good tonight. What are you doing?
I'm on my way down.
You're heading through the area?
Member volunteers, yeah, I'm about to go over. I'm heading down to the Staten Island Waterway right now.
Now, what do you do, Rick, that you're volunteering?
Whatever they need me to do, basically. They just called, said, you're set up. We need people set up. Just head on down. So, I really don't know yet.
All right, Rick. Best of luck to you, my friend.
Be careful there, Rick.
Thanks, fellas.
Sit. Hey, Earl, come on over here. Have you seen this? People keep sending this to me. This thing called The Coop, a hip-hop band. Have you seen this album cover that came out about a month or so ago?
No. It's new to me.
It's got the World Trade Center exploding on it, Fez. And
really?
Yeah, apparently it was an album cover of a hip-hop band.
That's ironic.
Called The Coop. And the funny thing is, not funny, of course, the odd thing is, it looks almost exactly at the same spots where this is exploding. Someone told me that the new Spider-Man movie has a big web in between the World Trade Center.
That's right. Yeah, that's in the trailer. Yeah.
So it'll be strange as time goes on to see some of that stuff. These guys don't understand the business.
No, they don't get it whatsoever.
No.
One holds the door open while the other shouts.
It's Matty. He's here for us. Dave, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hi, Dave.
Yeah, hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey, buddy.
Listen, I just want to say we're all talking about the Trade Center, and we're talking about the Pentagon, and we're forgetting about that plane that crashed in Pennsylvania. I think we need to recognize the fact that these guys that overpowered the terrorists on that plane, I mean, they're heroes, too. They prevented a huge disaster when they did that, and they sacrificed their own lives.
You know, you're absolutely right, Dave. It's an amazing story. I'd like to know more about it, or I don't know whether they're going to pick up any of this, whether we'll get any of those transcripts from the black box, exactly what went on in there. But these guys basically just said, F it.
Right.
And eat dirt, pal. We're taking it down.
Yeah, there's the one cell phone call of the man who called his wife to say that there's a few of us here. They're going to try and do something about this. That was right before he said goodbye.
Yeah, those guys are true American heroes. And I just wanted to, have everybody remember that. All right, guys, thanks a lot.
All right, thanks. Before everybody judges the passengers in the other plane, it has always been the situation of if someone takes over the plane, just sit there, let them negotiate, we pay them what we want, we get the plane back. But who would have ever expected the plane to be turned into kamikaze pilots? I guess from this point on, you're on a plane and somebody takes it, you're going to die anyway. Fight to the death right there.
Sure. Yeah, in the past with hijackings, the hijackers just wanted to go somewhere.
Right, Cuba.
Right.
They'd like some cash.
Some sort of demands, and then freedom from something else,
Yeah, right, some freedom. Here's Cody. Cody, you're on the Ron and Fez Show.
Hi, Cody.
How you doing, Ron? How you doing, Fez?
Yeah.
I called for two things very quickly. I have a few friends of mine. Their whole company is missing, Rescue One. I just like anybody who's listening to say a prayer for the whole company. They're not the only company that's missing. There's numerous companies out there that are missing. And I say entire companies. I'm talking captains, lieutenants.
Yeah.
the companies themselves.
By the way, how many people would you say in a company like that when you said the entire company is missing?
To be honest, I couldn't tell you. From what I understood, it's anywhere between 25 and 40.
Right. That's unbelievable.
So, the second thing is, I just have to, the support that everybody's getting from this is phenomenal. But the one thing that really pissed me off, Ron and Fez, and I know the show really isn't about this today, but I just got to get this out. You know, I've been in Manhattan for the last 2 days, basically. I got home a couple hours ago, and trying to get my mind off things. I had some stuff on eBay, and I was trying to cancel everything and, move on. Right now, I can't think of that.
Right.
And, I get on eBay, and there's a guy that's selling the New York Post today. He puts an ad on. He's going to give 10% of this thing to charity, and he's getting $3,000 for this thing.
For New York Post?
Yeah.
Wow.
He's
I think he could give $2,900 of this to.
He's not going to get $3,000 for a post or 50 cents.
It's sold. It's sold already. It's on eBay already. It's sold.
Why? What are they? A quarter?
Yeah, they're a quarter.
And I just find it unthinkable that this guy's a New Yorker, and he says right in the ad he's a New Yorker. He's getting $3,000 for this thing, and he's going to give $300.
Yeah, I don't even understand that story. I don't. You can buy these papers anywhere, right?
Right. There's still, even tonight, there's still plenty of posts left.
Yeah.
Like when we came into work.
Yeah.
I just find that
Daily News I couldn't find.
Thanks, Cody.
Maybe it is.
Yeah,
I don't know which one it is, but I just find that unfathomable. I just want to commend you guys. I mean, I love your show. You guys crack me up all the time.
Yeah.
And I know this is uncomfortable for you to be doing this. It's uncomfortable for the nation. The fact that, I hope the world sees that these terrorists didn't just bomb New York. They didn't just bomb America, but they bombed the capital of the world.
Yeah.
Everybody looks at New York and looks up to New York for what we do. And there is no way that we are going to go down fighting. I am proud of Giuliani saying that we are going to rebuild. We are going to build bigger, better, and stronger. And, America, we got to batten down the hatches and all pull together, because this is all about us. It's not about the terrorists. We got to start taking care of ourselves.
All right, Cody. Thanks a lot, buddy.
Thanks,
Cody.
New York forever. 877-692-1027. What do you got there, Fez?
Ronnie, this is an Arabic newspaper reporting that Afghanistan's ruling Taliban militia, they're the people that are in charge of Afghanistan, have placed alleged terrorist mastermind Osama bin Laden under house arrest in the wake of the suicide attacks on the United States of America.
The Fez plan is happening.
Yep. The Taliban is apparently sitting on top of Osama bin Laden.
Now, are they calling it the Fez plan, or?
Not in this article, but I'm sure that'll catch on later.
Or now sometimes called the McMahon Fez plan. Fez, I'm loving this. You cannot pick a football game, but you picked the Fez plan, and you got this guy.
Yeah.
All right, so there's your way of saying these people, at least that are running this thing, seem like they want to work with the United States.
A diplomat at the Taliban embassy in Saudi Arabia says, all we know is that bin Laden is somewhere in Afghanistan. We are not aware that he is under house arrest. That is someone at the Taliban embassy in Saudi Arabia.
So the paper's saying he's under house arrest.
Right. That's coming from an Arabic newspaper.
And the people who say no, not necessarily so. Who was that, Fez?
I'm sorry, what?
Who are the people saying no, not necessarily is he under house arrest?
The Afghanistan diplomats.
Okay.
All right. And Earl is telling me that so far this news is only on Yahoo. No one else is reporting it.
Okay.
Thank you, Earl.
Is that on Yahoo or News, or is it a message board?
Earl, I'll tell you what, you'll have to cover your bases, big man.
That also came from Rudy. So,
in case it's wrong, someone else gave you that.
No, Earl,
it's Yahoo
thank you.
Australia.
Look, the
Yahoo Australia.
Not even the real.
It's written by a Mr. Heath Ledger, so it's got to be true.
It's dated in Aussie.
Into a mic, Earl.
Yeah. If you speak into a cart, nobody's going to hear you. I don't know whether this pen is on, but I just wanted to say that.
We can't hear you. Your pen's off.
That's all I'm
Take
saying.
the cap off. Maybe we can hear you.
Hey, Russ, you were on the Ron and Fez Show. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, hello?
Hey, Russ.
Yeah.
Hi, guys.
Yeah.
How's it going tonight?
What can we do for you, Russ?
Well, I was listening to all these people talk about, how we need to get rid of the Arabs, send them all out of our country, or, it's kind of ridiculous to me how people are making this such a global against a whole race of people. I mean, or a whole people who have a certain system of belief. And, I mean, granted, there are people with, from Muslim belief that are negative Americans.
Some of these people that are calling in are just very, very frustrated.
And so am I. I lost my brother in this.
I'm very sorry to hear that, my friend.
And, I mean, from the stories and the reports that I've heard he was on a cell phone call with his boss when the building went down. And he was on the 90th floor, and he stopped to help some people. And some of the people he was with got out, and he supposedly stayed back to help people. Didn't get out. And, I mean, I'm as close to this as anybody, and I'm frustrated and aggravated, but you have to keep a frame of mind that there are groups of people that perpetrated these acts.
Right.
And those are the people that we need to go after. We don't need to go after every single, Arab or every single Muslim. And I think it's important that, everybody realize that and everybody, take that into account.
Russ, I couldn't agree with you more, and I am so sorry for your loss. I'm proud for you in the way that your brother, heroically tried to do everything he could to help other people. That's a beautiful thing, but to lose a young man like that is just devastating.
Thank you.
God bless you, my friend.
Thanks for calling.
Can I make one more comment on the Fez plan?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You said, you say to Afghanistan, you're harboring, Bin Laden or whoever it ends up being, and you have 30 days to give them to us. How about this approach? How can you say that within 30 days they'll definitely be able to get them? You can't. So you say, well, allow our people in there, allow our people to work with you in your efforts. And if our people don't, at some point feel that, our specialists, whoever they are, don't feel that we are getting the cooperation that we need and the cooperation that, is deserved and is required, at that point the determination is made that they are hindering or harboring, the effort, and that's the time frame.
That's a good addendum to the plan, Russ.
All right, thanks a lot, my friend. And bless you and your family, okay?
Keep up the good work, guys.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Russ.
I never knew Fez to starting work the plan like that after he's already announced it. It's interesting.
My plan is not set in stone, Ronnie. I'm willing to hear suggestions.
And why do you have a chisel? 877.
That's my chin. My chisel features.
6921027. God, I hear some of these stories, Fez. At least I'm not as numb as I was when the show started. Now maybe I'm ready to get back to numbness. Because I'm on that fine line when you start to hear some of these things.
As creepy as the numbness is.
Right.
You need your numb time.
God, there's just so many stories in our city. And there's tragic stories, there's beautiful stories. Here's Alex. Alex, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, Alex.
Hey, how are you guys today?
Hanging in there, buddy. How are you?
Good. I was on the flight from San Francisco to Newark, the one flight, I believe it was flight number 93. And an hour after we landed in Newark, we landed at 6:55. It took off at 8 o'clock and it crashed shortly after.
So that was the same flight that turned around and went the other direction, you're saying?
That was the same exact flight. It was 757 United.
Oh, man.
It's pretty creepy, but I just wanted to send out...
So you probably were on with the same stewardesses, pilots, the whole thing?
Actually, no, I was thinking about that, but they all got off at that plane. That was their final destination.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't, it doesn't really make a difference anyway. It's sort of trivial.
You know what? Because I was on that cross-country American Airlines flight, I've been thinking about those people as I'm hearing the stories. I don't know why my last crew and stewardesses stuff had been in my mind. I guess because I spent 6 hours with them.
Right, yeah. But, that's the last flight you took.
So even if it isn't them, it's the same people. I mean, these are the people that help you. They get you food. They get you pillows. You need a magazine. It breaks your heart.
Right, because, when I get on a plane, it's a nightmare for the crew, not just me, because I put them through the paces. And I think of all those sweet people that have helped me over the years that have to pay me my seat.
Yeah, go ahead.
In response to the people who are beating up, Muslims or you
that's
know,
not happening.
speaking out against,
maybe
people who are saying, calling for the deportation, that's exactly what the terrorists want. I mean, the reason we're a target for terrorism is because we're this bastion of freedom, and people can do whatever they want here. And I think, if we turn against our own people, it's exactly what they want, and we become what they want us to become.
You're right. They would love to see that. They would love to see us herding, Arab Americans into some sort of concentration camp. So that they could defend any of their actions that they took against us.
Definitely. This is why we all have to come together and, really, pull together. And I think, in fact, I was thinking about a parade for these guys when it's all done down the Avenue of Heroes. I think it would be appropriate to have everyone who helped out.
Alex, thanks for calling us, buddy.
Thanks.
877-692-1027. Here's Matt. Matt, you're on the Ron and Fez Show. How you doing, Matt?
What's going on, Ron and Fez?
Hey,
hello, Matt.
Yeah, how you guys doing?
We're hanging in there tonight, Matt.
It's very weird.
Yeah. A firefighter and EMT. I've been at the World Trade Center now for about 2 days, since yesterday morning. I don't even know what day it is, really. But what I wanted to say, everyone's been thanking us firefighters and EMTs, but we're just out there doing our jobs, and I just really like to say thank you for all the volunteers, the people whose job it is who were handing out food and water, and I was coming out of there today on the ambulance, and Westside Highway was just lined with people holding up signs and applauding, and it's like nothing I've ever seen.
I saw some of that stuff.
Yeah, and it was very emotional, and it left me speechless, really, and this whole incident has been a lot for everyone involved, and my heart really goes out to the people in New York who've been thanking us firefighters and EMTs for all the work that we've done. And that's really it.
Matt, thank you again. God bless you, buddy.
Thank you for everything. Now, does any of our people know what the volunteer situation is? Do they have enough at this point, and they're turning people back? Or is there a number we can call if anyone wants to volunteer? Do they need volunteers?
Yeah, Manny Moonshine's working on that right now, Fezzy. We'll have that information just a little bit.
Cool.
Last I heard, stuff like with blood, volunteers, it all seemed to be good. Now we're hearing stuff like we heard from Johnny Hard Rock, that they could use some clothes, so they can switch out of some of those clothes, I guess, from the dust, and food and stuff like that.
They're going to take that to the volunteers. In fact, the Hard Rock Cafe is taking donations tonight until 10. That's about just under 45 minutes away to that deadline. And then tomorrow, starting at 8 a.m., like Ronnie said, they need the socks, shirts, work pants, all that for the relief workers so they can have some sort of change of clothes. The Hard Rock Cafe is at 57th Street between 7th and Broadway.
And let's make sure we leave that for the sports guys and Don and Mike and get them some of that stuff. Dan, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hi guys. I just want to say, first of all, I want to send my condolences out to everybody that lost family in this. And I just want to say about Ronnie, I think the reason you're feeling numb is
I'm already off the numb thing. I'm back the other direction.
Well, yeah, it just...
I'm back to teetering now.
Well, there comes a point when the human psyche can just take so much, and, like, if you don't become numb, you're just going to overload yourself, and you can't, like, deal with any of the emotions that you have. So I think that's why people feel numb. It's just your body, it's like a kind of emotional reflex that your body goes through. And I just wanted to say one more thing. I just wanted to thank all the relief workers, like the firefighters and the police officers, especially those that gave their lives trying to rescue the people, because I'm a college student, and, people always say that, like, college kids get an education, it's your future, things like that. It's the people like the firefighters and the policemen that really are the true Americans that go in there into that hell war zone that they have to look through rubble and find people that are dead or who knows what. And, those are the people that what America's about, and those are the real heroes. And I just wanted to thank them and to thank you guys for doing this.
All right, see you, Dan.
Thank you, Dan.
Buddy. All we're doing is a radio show. Here's Patty. Patty, you're on our Ron and Fez.
Hello, Patty.
Hi, how are you? It's me. How is everything?
Oh, Soccer Patty. How you doing, honey?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this whole thing kind of changes your priorities on what used to be important, you know?
It's so true to that, honey.
Because there are people at work that we had to calm down because one of them, she can't account for her sister. And the fact that they're still at the job working and doing their jobs, I have to commend them under the pressure that the family and they are going through. And then people like, I'm lucky, all I have to do is worry about how I'm going to get home. Boy, if that's all I have to worry about, then that's luxury, you know?
Yeah, you're right there, honey.
Yeah, and that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, Patty.
All right?
Bye-bye, honey.
You have a good night.
Thank you, Stalker Patty.
It is true, Fezzy. What's the kind of stuff that was bothering us last week? What? Can you even remember one thing that was bothering us last week? And Earl, you're the same way. You bitch as much as anyone I've ever met in my life. Now knowing what we know now, and I'm just like you, have you or I ever had a problem in our life leading up to this point?
Yeah, I mean, we've had problems, but
Never.
It's so trivial.
Never. Those weren't problems. That was nothing. So you hate Jeremy. So what?
Hey, wait, I never said that.
And you want your Black Rock Coalition show on the air.
That I did say.
Who cares at this point? If it never happens, who?
Oh, it'll never happen.
Hey.
I've seen it, that.
You're pretty confident. All right, Earl's telling me now that not only is Yahoo Australia saying that Osama bin Laden is under house arrest, but also the Drudge Report.
There we go. All right. It's two strange... that
taste great together.
Yeah. Not only that, but my cousin Ernie said he heard from someone. So it's three.
Ernie Douglas?
Yeah.
My fourth cousin, Michael.
Michael Douglas. Jimmy, you're on the... Jimmy, you're on the Ron and Fez Show.
Hey, how you guys doing tonight?
Jimmy, we're hanging in there.
Yeah, that's everybody.
Here's where I've been so far tonight, I'll tell you. I went from annoyed, mad, totally numb, to sad, almost losing it with a couple of these stories.
I hear you.
It's a roller coaster.
I understand the annoyed part. I spent the afternoon, again, taking phone calls from my family.
Yeah.
You know, that I understand their worry and their concern and everything and want to know what's going on. But I'll tell you what, they are so stupid. If they were callers to this show, we would have hung up on them.
Yeah.
It's annoying as hell.
Yeah, you guys couldn't imagine the carnage down there. It's incomprehensible. You just can't.
You know, you can't get it off the TV, can you? You can't really.
The TV doesn't do it enough. You got to be there. You you can't imagine. I was there for 9 hours, and you can't imagine how 110-story buildings, there's nothing left.
You know, here's an interesting thing. I was on the air with a radio station in Orlando today, Real Radio, Monsters in the Midday, good friends of Fez and I. And they're asking about they couldn't understand the dust that's hanging there, that cloud.
Oh, right, yeah.
And I go, what is the tallest building in Orlando? That's 38 stories, is the skyscraper of Orlando, Florida. This is 3 times taller, and two of them, they can't imagine anything. I mean, we're having the smaller buildings that we're just using as also fell downs are bigger than most cities' big buildings.
Right.
Well, you gotta figure each one of those floors was an acre. How many tons of sheetrock, drywall, things like that. That's when I got down there in the afternoon. I'm a fireman. I was on vacation. I was on recall. I was working my part-time job, dropped everything, came in. Coming over the Manhattan Bridge at 1 o'clock, 1:30, to come over and not see those Twin Towers. You can't fathom them. You know, we come down, we were sitting at Park Row and Ann Street at a staging area, and it was like night. The few times that the sun broke through, it was unbelievable. And you go, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
The darkness of being under the dust. The dust, and it looks so white on TV, and it looks so white in real life.
It was like a snowstorm. I went through four paper masks and had my eyes washed out 3 times.
Oh.
Just standing there in the staging area. Then we ended up walking over to the west side of the towers. And, we'd stand around. The worst part is, as a foreigner, as a civilian, whatever, you know, there was so many guys there, on duty, off duty, from other jurisdictions, that you want to do something, but what can you do?
Right.
And guys are going in with shovels and axes, and, you know, you got to commend them. But the thing is, you know, what can you do with tons and tons of steel? And the worst part is, I mean, you know, Father's Day, we lost 3 brothers, and the people were in disarray. Now, you know, God, we're missing over 200. And it's you know, I don't know what to say. It's, you know, people are dumbfounded because, you know, how do you tell 200 families, I mean, let alone thousands of families, I should say, that, you know, your loved ones ain't coming home.
You know, I remember Father's Day, I was at the Mets-Yankees game when they asked for a moment of silence for those 3 guys. And I thought at that point, this is so sad. It's the saddest thing I ever heard. I can't imagine now that we lost 70 times more than that.
Yep. Well, you know, like I said, the worst thing is, you know, what people don't understand, you know, like I was watching News 5, and one of the brothers said it perfectly. It is a brotherhood. There is no better brotherhood than the firemen, even the cops, the fraternity. You know, nobody, like when Howard Stern, when the 3 guys died, said, get over it. I got no respect for Howard Stern. Maybe I can't say his name over the radio. I got no respect for that. Any fireman goes into work, like, you know, I might be going back there tomorrow. I know, I mean, me and every other brother knows what we're getting into. That's part of the job. But, you know, they should cry. Nobody goes to work expecting to die. That's a hazard. You know, one thing is a fireman or a cop, EMS worker. No civilian calls us and says, hey, come over and have a beer or a soda, I should say nowadays. Come over and, hey, have a barbecue. People call you at the worst. The job as a cop, a fireman, an EMT is to make a bad situation better, to make the best of a bad situation. And to lose 200 guys, 300-plus cops and firemen, it's a shame, let alone the thousands of people that they can't even account for.
Thank you so much, my friend.
All right, guys. Hey, keep up the good work.
Jimmy, thank you so much for the call.
You got it.
All right, this is what we're going to do tonight. It's what we've been doing here at WNEW since 9 o'clock yesterday morning, which sometimes feels like was weeks ago.
Right.
Other times it feels like it just happened. We're taking your calls, letting you vent a little bit, letting you talk about it. 877-692-1027. One thing we have found out is that there's so many stories.
And you think, you hear one, and it breaks your heart, and it gets you upset, and then there's another one, and another one, and they're not going to stop until we find, till they finally have a toll on this thing.
Joe, you're on the Ron and Fez Show.
Hi, Joe.
Hey, Mr. Fez, Mr. Ron.
Yeah.
How are you?
What can we do for you tonight, Joe?
A couple of friends of mine that work down in the North Tower, we haven't been able to hear from. And we're just wondering if we could have all the listeners, prayers and thoughts with their families and my family. And if by any chance this evening you could possibly, just for everybody's sake, play the national anthem.
Thank you, Joe. Thanks for calling.
All right.
See you later. 877-692-1027. Forgot our own phone number here. Here's Diane. Diane, you're on the Ron and Fez Show.
Hello, Diane.
Yes, I'm calling from Nassau, and I just feel so overwhelmed and helpless with this whole situation, and I'm grateful for the fact that so far personally there's no one that I know that has gotten hurt or possibly worse. But being in Nassau, it just feels crippling that they're calling for clothing or help for making sandwiches, but they're not saying how we could get the stuff to the city since they're only allowing emergency vehicles in there. And I'm sure I could get together so many people to collect clothing or help with food, but they're not saying anything except where to donate the stuff are all city locations. And I'm sure there's so many people from Nassau that can get this stuff to you or offer a helping hand. Or if not that, maybe some families that are sitting home waiting to hear from someone that they don't know if they're okay or not, maybe they could need a hand with somebody helping them with food or dropping the kids off at school or something like that.
I understand, Diane, and it seems like people all over the country want to help. It looks like between the local, the city and state and federal forces, They got everything under control. They themselves haven't asked for anything. You know, Johnny said to us, hey, I'm just taking food down to the guys. He's pretty much doing that on his own over there at the Hard Rock Cafe.
Right, but he did say that he was forming an assembly line and all that, and then they said that they've been calling all day saying that they do need dry clothing.
Right.
But, you know, I mean, so much could be collected from here, but they're not giving a drop-off point in Nassau where someone could get it into the city.
Did you have something else, Fez?
Well, I was just going to say, you know, the Salvation Army has been on top of this right from the beginning. You know, and that's a situation where they're taking clothes. If you want to contact the Salvation Army...
Oh, so I could bring them to some drop-off in Nassau?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll give you a number, and the Salvation Army will
this be Nassau?
Excuse me?
Nassau?
Yes,
the
Nassau
Salvation Army, 1-800...
Nassau.
725...
Right.
2769.
Fezzy, is that Nassau?
Great.
That is a toll-free number from anywhere.
Even Nassau?
Yes.
I appreciate that because all day on and off at work I've been trying to catch a number.
Where do you live? Where do you live, ma'am?
Excuse me.
Where do you live? Diane? Oh. Now she's mad because I said Nassau. All right, now I'm feeling like myself.
All right, so
make somebody mad.
Earl's handed me this. Relief agencies and blood centers urge people to call ahead so that they can be scheduled to give blood or other help when and where it is most needed. So everyone has turned out for this city and for the relief effort. Now these relief centers are overwhelmed, which, trust me, there's worse problems to have.
Yeah, so far, Fez. So we'll keep an eye on this. Earl is going to work with some, and, you know, just brainstorm, you and Maddie and Jeremy. Sit around and say, what can we do? What can Earl do?
Yeah, because this thing isn't a situation of, like, oh, we need stuff for the next 2 days.
Right.
This is going to go on a long, long time. And blood will continue to be needed. And clothes and donations are going to continue to be needed throughout the whole long haul of this.
877-692-1027. Here is Amy. Amy, you're on Ron and Fez. How are you?
Hi, Amy.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Amy.
Yes.
I have a friend who's a cop, and he's still missing, and I don't know where he is. And I just want to thank you guys for staying on the air because I love you guys. It's just nice to hear like two familiar voices.
Amy, I'm so sorry for you, honey.
Okay.
You're in contact with his family, and
No,
you're friends with him, right?
we just become friends the other day.
Uh-huh.
And, I mean, I know I don't, like, really know him that well, but it's still just really scary to know that I know someone that could potentially, like, be dead. I just wanted to thank you guys for staying on the air and just helping people, letting people like me call in and just kind of vent.
Okay, Amy.
Well, we're doing the easy part.
No, bye-bye now.
We're just showing up. Take good care.
Here's Beth. Beth, you're on Ron and Fez.
Ronnie, you scallywag.
Yes, honey.
I'm sorry. I'm stressed. Listen.
All right, but no,
then go ahead, please.
Even though you get stressed, you can't curse on the air.
I'm sorry.
You know, by the way, last night, we didn't have a dump button. We ran everything. The second it was happening, not one person made us feel sorry that we did. We came in here tonight and we said, second night, better put at least a couple seconds on it.
Yeah.
Well, thank God for Beth we did.
Yeah. Dude, they said the S word on Channel 2 tonight.
Yeah, well, that's Channel 2.
Yeah. All right. Anyway.
They're doing...
They talk like number 2.
I work for a golf club company.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm a customer service person. I'm trying to be as positive as possible. Usually I have that beautiful customer service voice and whatnot. I'm trying to deal with it. But these people are calling from all across the U.S. And it seems as though, like, the people in, like, Florida and, like, Tennessee and stuff, they called up. They don't even ask. They know that we're in Jersey. They know we're, like, 10 minutes away. I'm not asking for people, you know, but, I mean, I don't really care about your sandwich. It's very hard to pick up the next call, you know.
So you're upset that people from across the country haven't called and asked how you
but,
are?
I mean, I just wanted to know, like, how other people feel about the situation. I mean, the people, like when all that stuff happened in Oklahoma City and whatnot, we saw it on the TV. We're like, oh, my God,
Beth,
it's horrible.
I want you to understand something. Every state is running this stuff nonstop. Every place in the country. they did not do this to New York because they hate New York.
Right.
They did it because they hate America. And everybody around America knows that. They hit New York because this is where they could get the most press. Manhattan represents money to them. The World Trade Center represented World Trade.
I understand what you're saying, but...
Okay, this was an attack on America.
And as awful as you're feeling, there are Americans across the country that are feeling the exact same way, whether they live in the tri-state area or not.
Yesterday, my girlfriend, who is like kind of my roommate, she lives in the apartment next door, but she's been my best friend forever. She was working a trade show in the city, and she was one of those people running down the street, and I was so worried about her during the day, and I knew I had to work, and it's just so stressful to know that you still have to deal with situations in life. And I still have to go to work, and I still have to make the dough, but... I mean, it's like such a mental strain.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry you have to go to work, Beth.
Beth,
yes.
Listen to the show, and maybe you'll hear people hurting just a little more than you.
No,
okay?
I totally understand what
Are
you're
you sure?
saying.
Other than the sandwich thing?
Dude, sandwiches are stupid.
All right, thanks a lot. Bye-bye, honey. That was Beth, Fezzy. 877-692-1027.
I'd like to talk to the woman from Nassau instead. Nassau.
I like her.
All right, FEMA has given this number for general volunteer work, 518-431-7600. That number again, 518-431-7600. They also have a recorded message regarding medical volunteers. And they say due to the overwhelming response that they have received, the current list of active and waiting list volunteers far exceeds the number of injured. So due to state and city emergency management agencies, they will no longer be soliciting medical volunteers.
All right, so there you go. Give the number one more time, Fez. Write this down, everybody who wants to just feel a part of this.
All right, this is the general volunteer number for FEMA, 518-431-7600, and they thank all of you for your help on the part of a grateful state and city.
Then you got stuff like the Salvation Army, 1-800-725-2769, 1-800-725-2769.
And you can make appointments to donate blood as well in the future, in the weeks to come.
Here is Andrew. Andrew, you're on the Ron and Fez Show.
Hi, Andrew.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Go ahead, Andrew.
I tell you, I work in the building you guys broadcast from. We're on the 44th floor. I saw the whole thing, and my body shook when the buildings collapsed. And I found out that four of my friends are gone, 2 firemen and 2 cops.
I'm sorry to hear that, my friend.
And I mean, I'm a retired police officer myself, and in the 15 years that I was a cop, I never saw anything this horrible. And I just want to thank you guys for being on the air. I mean, it's just, I'm sitting in my car shaking still. It's just, I think now it's finally starting to hit me.
Yeah, I understand, Andrew. Thanks for calling, my friend.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
Bye-bye. Here is Brian. Brian, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, Ron and Fez.
Yeah.
Hello, Brian.
I live in North Jersey, and like 40 miles from the city, and you can see the World Trade Center. Well, you could see the World Trade Center right from my back porch. Making breakfast, all of a sudden, out of the corner of my eye, I just see this huge fireball explode from the World Trade Center. Lost 3 people, really good friends of mine. And it didn't hit me until today, just driving home, just looking out where the skyline, normally lit up, and there's just this big dark space.
Yeah, I think, and I was talking to Ant in the hallway about this from Opie and Anthony, and he said to me, now when you look up there, you try to remember how tall it was, what exactly would it look like, and you can't always figure out where it should be in the skyline. It was very, very weird that we would ever talk that way, and especially that for people from Jersey, from Brooklyn, coming into Long Island. It was, for a lot of people, as the one thing that they'd see as part of the skyline, or at least the first thing as they're pulling up to the city.
And as big as the other buildings are around it and around that area and where that hole is now, they seem so unbelievably small.
Yeah.
The skyline looks so small there now.
And, just as another note, I got in a lot of trouble at school today. I go to a community college. I hauled off and hit someone that was cracking friggin' jokes about this. He goes, oh, talk about getting buried under your work. I don't even know him. I just turned around and punched him right in the face.
Knock him out?
Yeah, broke his nose.
Okay, Brian, thanks for calling us.
Thanks.
877-692-1027. It's, here is, I'm looking at this. Steve says, he's a big-ass card holder on the instant feedback, says, guys, I fear we're only a few days away from bad radio tribute songs. Chock full of news clips layered over Elton John or Springsteen. Or Hank Williams Jr. updates don't give us a reason. How far away do you think we are from that? Earl, have you heard any yet?
No.
Before we start to run into those bad tribute songs?
Because it happens during every American tragedy.
Yeah.
It's inevitable.
Yeah.
They had him for the Challenger.
Columbine.
Yeah. Who did the My Heart Will Go On one that they tied in somehow? Was that Columbine? Tied in? Was that about the same era?
Oh, right, yeah.
With the Titanic song, giving that even a longer lifespan.
Yeah.
877-692-1027. Here's Deborah. Deborah, you're on Ron and Fez.
Deborah, go ahead.
Hi, Ron and Fez.
Hi, honey.
Big fan of the show. Love you guys.
Thank you.
Switching gears a little bit here. Recently, I traveled from San Francisco to Connecticut, and I was carrying a very large duffel bag filled with just about everything. And when I was in San Francisco, walking through the security station, it beeped, and, they grabbed my bag, and this guy says to me, listen, do you mind if I go through your bag? And I said, sure, go ahead, look at my bag. And he sort of looked at me, and he's like, okay, here you go. He handed it to me, and I walked right through. And, maybe I look like the girl next door, so he trusted me. But, the point is, I could have had a machine gun in there. I could have had anything, and they just let me go. And I really feel that...
Deborah, I know that it's like the latest thing to say airport security has been easy. I'm sure... You couldn't have walked through with a machine gun. Neither did the guys who did this. None of them had big guns. Not one person had a gun. And, everyone said, okay, it's easy to do with plastic explosives. As far as we know, they didn't have that either.
No, the only thing we've heard is, like, makeshift knives with plastic handles.
Yeah.
So, to me, it's never been lax. It has become the latest thing to say that it's lax. And the reason why there hasn't been any... air travel for the last couple of days is security is being tightened to a point that we would have never imagined before in our lives.
Well, I hope you're right. I just feel like at this point,
Deborah, you're going to hope I'm right until you have to take that next trip and you're changing planes and you're going to find out you can't do it in time. Because people already bitch at security. They already rag on security. And, there's even that... what is the Saturday Night Live sketch that they do about the annoying security people at LaGuardia who don't let anybody through.
Oh, right, yeah.
And they're just, doing... And the reality is it's going to go on like that.
Well,
I hope... It's going to be that way.
I hope you're right. And, I feel like at this point that, people shouldn't even be able to bring bags on the plane. You have a clear Ziploc baggie with your book and your medication or whatever you need, and that's it. This is scary. It's scary. Even with a knife. I guess you could even wrap a knife around your ankle or something, but...
How can you wrap a knife around your ankle? You're going to set it off then.
If the reports are true, what we heard on this one flight, the knives were put actually in shaving kits.
Okay, yeah.
All right, thanks, honey.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so...
I'll tell you this.
People want to say that security is lax. No, you can't go through with a machine gun, and no, you can't go through with a knife strapped to your ankle, Hunt.
Doesn't even make sense. Here is Joe. Joe, you're on the Ron and Fez Show. How are you?
Hi, Joe.
Hi, how you doing, guys? Listen, I work for the ESU unit in New York City, and we're one of the units that suffered one of the major losses. We have 40 guys that are unaccounted for.
Wow.
And when you talk about security, it's a joke. This is something that's long overdue. Unfortunately, there's not much you can do because you're right. People are complaining about the long lines, the constant checking up on bags and so forth. and this is the end result. People have no idea what it takes to have a secure nation.
Yeah, I guess you're right there, Joe. I mean, it's going to happen whether we wanted to or not right now. I mean, I don't want to get to the airport 3 hours before my flight.
Yeah,
and I want to do my bags on the curb.
Well, it's a situation where probably there was a time when we didn't think metal detectors would end up in schools.
Yeah, and now I was online actually. I took a trip to Florida recently, and guys were complaining because they have the new bomb detection box that they have.
Yeah.
And what is this? They want an explanation. It's like,
right.
Hey, they're checking for something. Relax.
Yeah.
You're gonna make your flight.
Yeah, and you'll see these guys bitching at the security.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Nobody likes standing in that line.
No, but you know what? Look at the end result.
Yeah.
I mean, this was a well-planned, well-coordinated strike. And as far as people talking about retaliation, yes, we have to retaliate. We have to show the world, like we showed Gaddafi back in the day. Have you ever heard from Gaddafi again? No, we made it personal like it is now. And people just have to realize that if it has to take, I hate to say it, using a nuclear device on a nation, just on GP.
We tell them this is general purposes.
Yeah.
They're gonna realize, you know what? They woke up to sleeping giant like the Japanese did back in Pearl Harbor.
Joe, thank you very much.
Okay, guys, you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Thanks for the call, Joe.
Fez, have they woke up the sleeping giant?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Is President Bush awake? Is he ready?
He is awake, and this will be handled. This country, its people, those people lost in this will be avenged.
Well,
it's going to happen.
Now, you know me, Fez.
Yeah.
I've never been the biggest Bush supporter.
Right.
Will I feel satisfied by the time this is over?
You will feel satisfied.
Well, I say, this guy came through.
You're going to say he rose to the occasion, he was equal to the task.
Hey, a lot of people saying the speech was a little off last night, though.
Yeah.
I think maybe people wanted to hear we started bombing 15 minutes ago.
I think that's exactly what they wanted to hear. They wanted to hear that somebody in particular was going to get destroyed over this.
Yeah.
And they didn't hear that.
But he has let on that he's got something planned.
And he does.
Does he?
Yeah, he does. And they're gonna follow through on it.
Here's what I think America would have liked to see. They would have said, ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, he comes out, he's in fatigues.
Fatigues?
Yeah, and his face is all camouflaged, and he's just sitting there.
In the Oval Office?
And he's looking... No, here's what they do. You just see a swamp, and he comes up out of the mud.
Ew.
Like Apocalypse Now, and he's got the camouflage all over his face.
He got a knife in his teeth?
Yeah.
He calls it camouflagery. Don't worry, your president has camouflagery.
Maybe then people would have thought, okay, now we got somebody in charge.
They would have thought then he was serious if he had painted his face.
Here's the presidential swamp.
At an undisclosed swamp, ladies and gentlemen, President George W. Bush.
A lot of people writing in about free American flags, and are a lot of people putting flags up right now?
Yeah, we got Ellen, the door lady, who is leading the charge.
Concierge.
Yes, she is leading the charge. Her statement is she's been yelling to everyone, get the flag out, which is the first time I've heard that with flag.
Right.
So, but she actually had, the building she works, she actually had 3 maintenance guys go up to the roof on her orders to hang an American flag from the building she takes care of.
Here's Jessica. Jessica, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hi, Jessica.
Yeah.
Hi, Ron and Fez. I think you're doing a great job, and I just want to commend you for that.
Honey, all we're doing is being on the radio. We're doing nothing else.
Well, if you decided to stay at home and cry or something, you wouldn't be doing that, so good for you.
Yeah.
But I'm a school teacher, and I just wanted to share a little bit about how I saw the kids reacting in the last couple of days. I teach in northern New Jersey, and in our community, a lot of the parents work in Manhattan, and in my classes I had several students whose parents worked right around the World Trade Centers, and some whose parents were there, and to be with a child at school and have them sit in front of you and just cry because they didn't know if their parents were alive is one of the most amazing and sorrowful things I've ever witnessed in my whole life.
How old are the kids, Jessica?
These are high school kids, 9th through 12th grade, so about 14 to 18.
Mm-hmm.
And they're old enough to grasp it. The middle school kids that I teach are, still just yelling, oh, we should go get him, we should go get him. They don't quite grasp the human side of it. But the high school kids are old enough. I sat through a whole class with my kids running to their guidance counselors and getting on their cell phones, trying desperately to call and get a hold of their parents. And during my class, one of my students finally got a hold of her dad, and he told her that he looked up after hearing a loud sound and saw the first plane crash into the first tower, and he said he just started running for his life. And I was listening to the radio and hearing reporters become humans all of a sudden, practically in tears, talking about people falling out of buildings. And then I had to go and be strong with the kids. And it was overwhelming. And just, if you know anybody who has children, or if you have neighbors, maybe, give a poke in on them, because they might be with 3 different people staying overnight. You just never know. And I had some students who I didn't know if they had parents to go home to that night. And still today, I had students who came to school, still hadn't heard from their father, or heard from their mother, or heard from their legal guardian. And it's just, people don't understand all the time what goes on inside the school setting, because not everybody gets to see that. So I just thought I'd,
How long have you been a teacher, Jessica?
This is my 3rd year.
Right. You're kind of like the hot teacher around school?
The kids get crushes on you?
Yeah. I get marriage proposals and things.
Yeah.
But
I bet Valentine's Day you're getting all the candy.
Yeah, Christmas and Easter, and at the end of the school year, I rake it in pretty well. But they're great kids, so.
So this was the toughest day you ever had teaching, huh?
Yeah, actually, yesterday was just going through it with the kids. Was just And I realized tonight, I was walking in the park tonight listening to you guys, and I just kind of sat down and I just kind of started to cry, and I realized I hadn't thought about anything as myself or for myself in a few days, because I've been just going around asking students, are you okay, sweetie? What's wrong? Have you heard from Mom yet? Have you heard from Dad? Is your mom still stuck in Hawaii? Is your grandma still stuck over? And just being like a mom in one little slice of their life.
Right.
Yeah.
And just, to help take care of them, everybody, all the kids out there, because, gosh, all of a sudden they might have to be taking care of themselves a little bit.
It's
so scary for the adults. I can't imagine being a kid and thinking, what in the world's happening to the city and the world going on around you?
Yeah, I remember being a kid and being afraid because Vietnam was on TV, but that was the other side of the world.
Yeah.
Right.
To say these kids, New York is being bombed.
I was scared when the Gulf War started, because that just
And you were 40.
Yes, and that seemed ridiculous.
Yeah, the Gulf War was when I was in high school, but we didn't react anything like what these kids are reacting like, because it wasn't here, it wasn't home, it was over there, and this is, here on us, on our turf. The kids are kind of rocked a little bit by this.
When do the schools open tomorrow?
Our schools have not closed in my district.
Last I heard, says in New York.
New York is supposed to be open late.
2 hours late.
Right.
Yeah. Which I said to my children, why bother?
That's when they show up anyway. The Hardy twins.
Finally, the Bennington kids come in on time.
I think the key
they
is
come in with their hair looking like Billy Staples.
Oh, God. That guy looked like Heat Miser tonight.
But I think the key is to restore some normalcy for the kids as best as you can. And
I think you need to find somebody your own age, too, Jessica, instead of all these younger kids.
Well, you did try to help me out with that earlier with mystery dating, but it didn't work out. So.
Oh, is that right?
Anyway.
Thank you so much, sweetie.
I just thought I'd say that, and everybody, look around the corner and help out the kids around you and their parents, too. Good job, guys. Thanks.
Right.
Thank you, Jessica.
Bye.
She said something, too. It was like, just every once in a while it hits you again all over again.
Right, yeah. You stop and you realize that you catch yourself looking at some footage that you've probably seen 1,000 times at this point. And again, you can't grasp it.
Here is a young kid, Fezzy, a freshman in high school. What goes on in our hall? That door opens, and it's just a party out there. Here's Tom, freshman in high school. Tom, how you doing? Welcome to Ron and Fez, buddy.
Hey, Tom.
Hi.
What can we do for you, Tom?
1 second. Hello.
What happened, buddy?
I just wanted to talk about how I could. I'm never gonna forget that it came over the loudspeaker that the World Trade Center was hit.
Mm-hmm. Where is your school at?
It's in Levittown, out on Long Island, and it's just. Sorry.
That's okay.
It's just one of those things that you never forget. I remember like passing by with my dad and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's just horrible, And you're right. Like you see the pictures 1,000 times, and sometimes you don't think about it. But then I walked by the television today, and I just think of all the people that were in there.
Sure.
I feel terrible. I feel like there's something I should do, And since I'm just a kid, can't give blood yet.
Yeah, I understand.
Obviously can't go into the service.
Tom, here's what you got to do, bro. Just stay strong, okay, my man?
All right.
And,
Thank
you. Keep doing what you do.
And here's another thing, Tom. Have you talked? You got anybody at school to talk about?
Yeah, actually, they set up a crisis center in my library, and there's people there to talk to.
Take advantage of it.
I'm going to try. And actually, I'm trying to start up a fundraiser for the families of people. Like I was talking to my principal today.
Okay, young man. Thanks for calling us, all right?
All right, thank you, guys.
All right, there you go.
All right, Earl, you've brought me this again. Taliban, that is the militia that runs Afghanistan. They have arrested Osama bin Laden. They arrested him before placing him under surveillance with several of his assistants, including the head of the Egyptian branch of the Al-Jihad. And then that name goes on forever.
Now, this
Plus
is
bin Laden's military commander.
This is the Fez plan.
That Afghanistan goes and gets this guy, or else they are considered his allies and our enemies.
Do you think Afghanistan went, wait a minute, we don't need this crap being rained down on us?
Right, yeah. They see what happened,
Well, we don't, as far as we know, this is not the guy who actually did this. But you say he's guilty of other war crimes.
Right, and he's on the FBI 10 most wanted list.
Yeah.
And, of course, he was responsible for our servicemen being attacked in Yemen, things that went down in Somalia. He had ties to the people that bombed the World Trade Center before.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, he's already wanted.
All right, here's Dr. Reagan. Dr. Reagan, you're on the Ron and Fez Show, 877-692-1027.
Hey, Dr. Reagan.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me? I'm on my cell.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Then go ahead.
Okay, a couple of things over the course of the day have been going on. We've seen a lot of almost like random attacks on people of certain nationalities from all Americans of every race, creed, and color. And the latest one that came in was basically some citizens went into a deli, saw the person behind the counter, and out of the blue started asking questions and accosting them.
I haven't heard any of these stories.
What's that?
I haven't heard any of these stories.
You haven't heard any of these stories?
No.
You work in an emergency room? Are you familiar with people in the hospital?
No, but I follow the news and police reports.
Okay, so what are you trying to say? I don't understand.
I'm saying you don't sound like a doctor.
I don't sound like a doctor?
Yeah.
Not repeating everything. Not repeating everything?
All right, well, you know, buddy, I was just trying to give some information to your fans, hopefully trying to avoid future altercations like this.
It sounds to me like you're trying to start him.
Or be on the radio. It sounds like you're a tough guy trying to be on the radio.
Look, buddy, I got better things to do in my time than
But
trying
go
to
do
sneak onto your show. I mean, don't kid me like this.
Go do it then, doctor. Hey, doctor, go do these things.
Just go to
Fezzy, have you ever heard a doctor sound like this?
Never.
How pathetic. To call up a show
and to have your name listed as Dr. Reagan, so that we're sure to address the so-called doctor as doctor.
Look, guys, obviously you guys are way too full of yourselves to,
Ah, phew. What an idiot. What an idiot.
Oh, please put me through. I'm a doctor.
Actually, that's the first caller that we've gotten in 2 days.
Right.
Because I'm going to say, what, trying to pretend he's something that he's not. Let's take one from Jeff. He's from ronfez.net, Fuzzy.
Okay.
Jeff, you're on Ron and Fez. How you doing?
Go ahead, Jeff.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey, buddy.
I volunteered for the Red Cross today, and it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. I basically handed out sandwiches and juice and water to all the people that were shunted to Jersey City after the blast. And I just wanted to relay one of the stories. I mean, besides the fact that I handed out food and water, a lot of people cried on my arm. And one of the stories from this woman in her early 40s, her name was Barbara, and she was actually on the streets while that big dust cloud was coming. I mean, you've seen the footage, everybody running away.
Yeah.
And she tripped, and people were just running over her. And she was, it's weird. You watch it on TV, and there's one thing I heard today, the constant description of what happened was it was just like a movie. And it's weird how, the closest thing we've ever come to this kind of violence is what we've seen on the big screen. And everyone was just absolutely numb. And this poor woman, today was just a really, really frustrating day. We still have people in our family. I have a cousin and two of my dad's friends work at Morgan Stanley. And we haven't heard from anyone in regards to their safety and whether or not they're even still alive. So I don't even know why I'm calling. I just wanted to assume, I guess then, or I really don't know. But I just want to thank you guys for being on the air and giving us a forum to talk about it. And the message board is available if anybody wants to talk about it too.
All right, that's at ronfez.net. Thanks a lot, Jeff.
Take care, man.
Thanks, Jeff.
See you later. That's all we're actually doing here. 877-692-1027.
We're all trying to get through this. Jeff's away trying to get through. He's volunteering with the Red Cross.
We will keep the phone lines open here. We'll take a chance to listen to 1010 Wins News. Eavesdrop a little bit on the latest news that's going on, folks.
And then we'll be back. We'll turn it over now to 1010 Wins.
Bridge is open right now. There are delays in Queens on the Grand Central Parkway heading west into the Triborough Bridge. You have a police investigation going on. No delays reported at the Frog's Neck, the Whitestone Bridge, or the 59th Street Bridge. Very, very light traffic here on the camera along the FDR Drive at 96th Street. The FDR Drive is closed at 34th Street. You cannot go south on the drive at 34th. On the west side at 42nd. And then everything in Manhattan is closed at 14th Street going south. Of course, no buses allowed south of 14th Street. And also no trains. No transit authority trains will be making any stops south of 14th Street, heading down toward the Battery. And right now, of course, across the East River, you cannot use the Brooklyn to Manhattan or the Williamsburg Bridge coming into Manhattan. The BQE looking good, heading up toward the Brooklyn Bridge. The Staten Island Ferry, that will reopen at 6 a.m. tomorrow, but only for passengers, not for cars. Alternate side parking will be in effect tomorrow citywide, except for Manhattan. Alternate side parking will be suspended tomorrow in Manhattan. I'm Jeff McKay, Shadow Traffic, 1010 Wins.
Queens News Time, 10:02. 3 more downtown buildings are said to be in danger of collapse tonight. Building 5 of the World Trade Center, located at the northeast corner of the Trade Center complex, and 1 Liberty Plaza, immediately east of the Trade Center, formerly the Merrill Lynch building. It's unclear which is the third. Despite that, hundreds of people and a lot of heavy equipment are working at the site. Let's get the story live from 1010 Winds reporter Lisa Evers.
And the situation now, sources are telling 1010 Winds that the Millennium Hotel, which was right across the street from the World Trade Center, just on the other side there, that is burning. White smoke filling the sky here in Lower Manhattan. And this rescue effort, the effort to continue to put out these fires, is in full swing. It's a full-scale rescue effort. It's a full-scale effort by the firefighters. There's not been one bit of let-up. In fact, if anything, the efforts have intensified. All up and down the West Side Highway, there are these gigantic dump trucks that are lined up. They inch forward ever slowly to get close to the scene of the disaster, to get filled up with this debris, and then they're hauling it out. There are teams of hundreds and hundreds of firefighters that are right there just trying to put out this fire, and other groups of firefighters coming in to relieve them and give them a little bit of a break. But it's an enormous effort, and it's a little bit surprising, and there's still fires going on, but that's how bad the situation is, and that's how bad this disaster is. But they're maintaining hope. Senior fire officials are telling me that they're maintaining hope, that there are people who are still alive underneath this rubble, trapped in what they call voids, these air pockets, and we're keeping our fingers crossed and hoping that's true. But this is an inspiring effort, an unbelievable effort that they're undertaking, these heroic rescuers. And, Doug, it's going to continue on who knows how long.
Fox News reported that the Port Authority estimates the death toll from yesterday's attack on the World Trade Center will reach 20,000. The Port Authority says it never gave such an estimate. Winds News Time, 10:05. Newark and JFK airports are open to receive incoming flights and send them out again if their final destination was elsewhere. There are hundreds of people waiting at Newark Airport for one particular flight. We get that story from 1010 Winds reporter Mark O'Brien.
Well, slowly but surely, Newark International Airport is reopening, at least on a limited basis. Right now here at Terminal B, several hundred passengers have arrived for a flight to Tel Aviv on El Al. That flight is scheduled to leave sometime this morning, probably sometime after 3 a.m., but they're getting here early. Many tell me they were called by the airline to get here early so they can have their bags checked and be processed. Security here is extremely tight. Port Authority police officers with their weapons in full view. They have bomb-sniffing dogs here as well. Some new policies going into effect here tonight, including the fact that reporters can't even bring their equipment into the terminals anymore. Very tight security here tonight as these people begin arriving for these flights. There's also here at the Canada 3000 terminal, they're putting some bags on the conveyor belts here, obviously trying to get a flight out as well. That flight was scheduled to leave sometime this hour. But again, the major flight right now is this flight to Tel Aviv on El Al airline. Right now, folks are waiting for that flight to take off, now scheduled to be sometime after 3 in the morning. Mark O'Brien, 1010 Winds, live at Newark Airport.
Winds News Time, 10:06. Let's check the weather forecast. The wind has shifted, and it will make a difference to people in northern Manhattan and other boroughs of New York City. 1010 Winds AccuWeather meteorologist Dave Bowers.
Yeah, that is important here over the next 36 hours. Now, overnight, it's going to be a south to southwest breeze at about 4 to 8 miles an hour. In other words, the smoke is going to be carried toward the north and northeast at about 4 to 8 miles an hour. During the day tomorrow, it's a southwest wind. It'll pick up. It'll be about 7 to 14 miles an hour. We're looking at a partly sunny sky. Now, the wind is going to shift very abruptly late tomorrow evening. We're going to have a cold frontal passage. This will probably be between about 10 o'clock and midnight. So it'll go from southwest at 7 to 14 to north-northwest at about 8 to 16. So that'll carry it back southward once again the rest of the night, and it'll stay that way through the day on Friday. Friday, you're looking at almost a due north wind at about 10 to 20 miles an hour. It's going to be a much cooler day. Currently, we have 68 degrees and a clear sky. The wind is out of the southwest at 5 miles an hour. Repeating the current temperature, 68 going down to 62 in Midtown. The AccuWeather Watch never stops. I'm meteorologist Dave Bowers on New York's weather station, 1010 Winds.
Winds News Time, 10:07. Earlier in the day, many people sought some peace amidst the chaos, and they found it in church.
Edward Cardinal Egan held up Jesus Christ as a role model to Roman Catholics and all New Yorkers trying to deal with and comprehend Tuesday's loss.
There is in our hearts no hate. There is in our hearts no thirst for retaliation. There is in our hearts no desire for revenge. Rather, We have a thirst for justice.
Some found a small bit of comfort in Egan's words. Others left the 5:30 Mass at St. Patrick's Cathedral still recounting the terror they encountered near the World Trade Center.
Saw the second plane crash into the building. Stood outside for a little while, watched people jump out of the first building that was hit.
And Dave, like many New Yorkers, says he doesn't know when he'll be able to get those images out of his head. Eileen LaPalmer, 1010 WINS, outside of St. Patrick's Cathedral.
WINS News Time 10:08. Airline industry analysts are wondering what kind of shape the carriers are going to be in following the attacks on Tuesday and after the cleanup is finished. In fact, a lot of people are wondering what business generally is going to be looking like. Here's 1010 WINS Wall Street reporter Larry Kotsky.
It'll be Friday at the earliest, Monday at the latest, when the opening bell will ring again on Wall Street. That promise from New York Stock Exchange Chairman Richard Grasso. Joining Grasso at a Midtown News conference was Treasury Undersecretary Peter Fisher. He said the government bond market is ready to go.
It's something which will be a tremendous benefit to the world economy, that our government securities market will be ready for operations tomorrow.
Trading will begin Thursday at 8 a.m. Bonds are expected to rise sharply as worried investors seek shelter from an expected stock market storm. Larry Kofsky, MarketWatch.com for 1010 WINS.
WINS News Time 10:09. New Jersey state investigators are going to inspect gasoline stations in all 21 counties to check reports of price gouging. If what the Consumer Affairs Division calls dramatic and unnecessary price increases for gasoline or home heating oil are found, sellers will be prosecuted for unconscionable business practices under the Consumer Fraud Act. Division Director Mark Hare said the first checks in Camden and Cape May counties found prices the same as on Monday. He said complaints have come to him, the governor, and to the legislature. Consumers can report abuses at 1-800-242-5846. Several gas stations nationwide have begun lowering gas prices after threats from federal officials. Prices in Connecticut have remained stable. Elsewhere, some gas stations jacked up prices after yesterday's terrorist attacks, sent bid prices on crude oil way up. Prices went to $5 a gallon. Some places, retail and long lines developed because many people feared gas shortages. The Connecticut Petroleum Council says things are normal at stations in Connecticut and throughout New England. WINS News Time 10:10. Let's get a traffic update. Here's Jeff McKay.
There's trouble right now in Queens. We have the view on the camera. The westbound side of the Long Island Expressway right now is closed right after the overpass for the Van Wyck Expressway. The problem is a crash involving a flipped-over car. I can see here on the camera. The eastbound side will slow down just briefly as folks try to grab a look. It's because it's lighter than normal traffic on the LIE. The Grand Central Parkway looks to be better for you. However, the Grand Central on the approach to the Triborough is slow with a police investigation. Across the Hudson River, the Holland Tunnel remains closed until further notice. The Lincoln Tunnel will reopen at 3 a.m. The George Washington Bridge, the lower level, will reopen at 4 a.m. And back at the Lincoln Tunnel, while the Lincoln Tunnel reopens at 3 a.m., the New York Port Authority will reopen its terminal at 5:30. The express bus lane at the Lincoln Tunnel will reopen at 6, and because of that, New Jersey Transit buses and the private carrier buses will be operating into the Port Authority and into the George Washington Bridge terminal. And again, the New Jersey Transit buses and private carrier buses will operate into the Port Authority starting at 6 a.m.
And that is 1010 News coverage of what's going on with the situation at the World Trade Center.
That's 1010 WINS. We're Ron and Fez. We're at 102.7 WNEW, and just hanging out tonight, and we are going to open up the phone lines. Tell us how you feel, what you've been thinking about, what's been going through your mind.
How you've been getting through your day.
What you expect next, because none of us do.
Yeah, don't know what to expect, and just knowing that it's going to be a while before, the devastation is cleaned up, before we have a full count of who lost their lives in this situation, and before anything starts to actually feel normal again.
Yeah. Maybe we ought to do this. The guys been looking around, they want to talk. We should call somebody in some other part of the country and just find out what the news has been like there, if they even know what the feeling here is in New York, because all of us are focused on something that's happening right in where we live and work. And when the fireman called us earlier, I said, the whole country's thinking about this. Most of, like with Oklahoma, it felt that way. Columbine, it felt that way. But maybe because we're at the center of this horrible story, it does feel so much more like a local story than a national one.
Right, and it's a situation, too, where there's local volunteers and local relief efforts that are coming in to handle this, basically ourselves. New York City's handling this, and you don't see.
Yeah, it has been all
the National Guard will come in and everything.
Yeah, but it has been all city and state.
Right.
The governor's here. 877-692-1027.
Yes, Earl?
No, there have been reports of, volunteers from ambulance workers.
Yes, but I wanted to talk to somebody myself, Earl. I wanted to talk to someone maybe we'll even call a random number and just see. Okay. Let's say, we're in New York. Guess what's happening here?
Right.
And see if they know. Someone in Nevada. Hey, Rich, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hi, Rich.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, I just had my cousin was on the 98th floor of the first building, and he still hasn't been accounted for. He's got a young daughter and another young son. And then I see these effing bastards on the TV, dancing around in the streets, jumping around like they're won a freaking Super Bowl or something. And it just makes me sick, and I think that all the thousands of people that they killed, we should get them tenfold over. There shouldn't be a question.
All right, thank you, Rich. We are going to wait and see
and sorry about
what the president has. And, sorry about your cousin.
All right, guys.
Hearing about that.
See you, buddy. Here's Kevin. Kevin, you're on Ron and Fez. How you doing, Kev?
Hello, Kevin.
Yeah, how you doing, guys?
Hey,
I'm down here by the staging area for the law enforcement and medical people down by the Javits Center.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like you got people showing up here with their garden hose, their shovels. I mean, just ordinary people, young guys wanted to help out here. I mean, there are a lot of people outside the city who they hear about New York, and they just hear about the crime and everything. And when something like this happens, you realize how great a place the New York metropolitan area is. When something like this happens, people just pull together.
Thank you, my friend.
You got it. Goodbye.
New York forever.
We will continue to. The Hard Rock Cafe, they're taking donations starting tomorrow at 8 a.m. What they need is socks, shirts, work pants, basically a change of clothes for relief and emergency workers. They're located at 57th Street between 7th and Broadway.
Jimmy, you're on the Ron and Fez Show.
Hi, Ron and Fez?
Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Jimmy. I have a brother-in-law who's a firefighter. He's down there at the moment. I just got off the phone with him.
Okay.
The press is not letting a lot of things out from the experience that he just told me that he's doing right now. A lot of the firefighters are shoveling up human remains and putting them in body bags.
Well,
he's moving debris, and they're finding arms and heads thinking they're full torsos, and they're not. They're just body parts. I mean, they're putting this stuff in bags.
Mm-hmm.
That's how devastating this is. I don't think a lot of people realize that. Maybe they're not allowed to get this out to the public, but this is what he told me over the phone about 15 minutes ago. There's just body parts all over the place.
Thank you very much.
They put them in bags, and they take the bags away.
All right. We appreciate you calling us.
And there's also, my sister was also involved. She was on the 33rd floor, and she got out of the building, but she was saying there was a lot of pregnant women, a lot of old ladies that actually couldn't run because of the amount of people that were running, and they were just trampled over and stuff. She says it was just totally devastating.
Thank you for calling us, Jimmy. It is terrible.
Can't imagine how frightening that scene was.
Oh,
people trying to flee the World Trade Center towers.
877-692-1027. Here's Andre. Andre, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hello, Andre.
Hi, how are you?
Hey,
Ron and
buddy.
Fez. Yeah. Nice to talk to you. I'm an ex-Marine. I work for the New York City Transit now, and I was there at the bombing of the barracks in 1983, and that was pretty hard on me, seeing what happened then, and that was live. I can imagine, what the people went through who were never involved in the military, and seeing what happened on the news live, and I haven't really had a chance to talk to anybody about this. I've been listening to the show since this incident happened, and I've been trying to get through it. I just want to express, I feel so bad, and it's hard, and I didn't go to work yesterday. I watched the TV. I tried to tear myself away from the TV after like the first 3 or 4 hours, but I couldn't. And, I stayed up until 3 o'clock in the morning watching what happened, and the news just runs it over and over and over. And it didn't really hit me until after the building fell, because when you see the way the building's all bent up and everything, and it gave me flashbacks of what happened at the barracks building. And the last call I just heard, he talked about how the fire and police are picking up bodies and everything now. That's exactly what I had to do as a Marine at that time, to take bodies out of the building. And I'm really hurting because I have nobody to share this with.
Yeah, I
and this is the first chance I got to release. I'm a single parent, and I just got off of work, and I don't want to bring down anything anymore, but I just feel so bad, and I just hope and wish that they do something. I really wanted to do something, please. I have anger, and I've heard a lot of phone calls today. They said, "Oh, take the Arabs out of New York," and I was on the internet last night in the chat room, yelling, typing in caps, screaming, "Let's do this, let's do that."
Everyone gets tough online.
Yeah, and we're all hiding behind a keyboard, but there's a right way and a wrong way, but I don't know what's right and what's wrong no more, And I sat down with my son yesterday, and after I got him from school, and I explained to him, I tried to do the best I could. Because I've shown him the pictures of me when I was in the Marine Corps back then, and I have those photos from the Beirut time. I think these pictures are a little bit more graphic than what the news would show back then. Mm-hmm. And I just want to say, and I haven't even had a chance to even go downtown yet, but I can imagine the first time I'm coming down the FDR or across the Brooklyn Bridge to see the Twin Towers not there,
Mm-hmm.
And I just feel bad for everybody, and, I hope everybody learns how to cope with this. I don't know. Thank you, Ron and Fez, for giving us an outlet to share our views and things. And everybody in New York City and all over, just be strong and you can get through this. Thank you very much, Ron and Fez.
Thank you, Andre.
Thank you for telling us about that, Andre.
877-692-1027. Yeah, I remember the Beirut situation too, Fez, and it was horrifying. And to see something. Now it's home.
Yeah, right.
This is our home.
What's that, Earl?
It's just 3 miles from here. The World Trade Center.
Yeah.
Or what's left of it.
Right.
It's amazing.
I know. It just hit me this morning. I thought it was like a bad dream.
Right. You grew up in New York your whole life.
Yeah. I mean, it's like
always seen the World Trade Center.
Yeah, even when I go home. On like the back streets, alongside the LIR tracks, you see the skyline. Right. You see the World Trade Center. It's just something that was always there.
When Fez and I came to New York from Florida, and we would always share a taxi home on certain nights when we left this place. And no matter whether we had a good show or a bad show, we'd always take this route along the East River, and I could always look over to my right, see the skyline, and I always look at the World Trade Center and think, I can't effing believe we're here. Even after a bad show,
right?
At least we got our asses kicked in New York City.
Having a bad show.
I can't believe because your whole life, if you work in radio, and if you work in a lot of different things, I mean, you could run right through it, theater and fashion and commerce and advertising, law, whatever it is, what you really want to do, the pinnacle, is to make it to New York. And there was something, about that skyline that always meant that to you. And the city itself.
Now we have a situation here. CNN is reporting across the screen that the Empire State Building is being evacuated. So that's what they have on their screen.
Well, we're going to see some of those, fellas, from time to time.
Right.
I know even the buildings in those towers in Malaysia, they had to evacuate the other day because somebody called.
Yeah.
You have to remember also, I mean, it's a smart thing to do to evacuate.
Right, everything's going to be taken seriously.
But nobody called to say evacuate the World Trade Center before they went crashing into it. Or let's get all these people off this plane before we take it.
Yeah. So we don't know why the CNN's reporting that, but that's what it says on the screen.
Here's Chris. Chris, you're on Ron and Fez. Hey, nobody.
Hey, guys, how are you?
Hey, pal.
I'm calling from Detroit.
Uh-huh.
And I just want you to know there's no Palestinians dancing around in this city.
Yeah, somebody called earlier and said the Palestinians are dancing in Detroit. I would hear these different things, Fuzzy, but I don't really know one of them to be true.
No. Now, actually, a guy did get beat up pretty bad in Dearborn, which is one of our suburbs yesterday, but that's it.
Uh-huh.
We're all praying for you here. And, I wish I wasn't so far away. I wish there was something more I could do.
Well, how much of the news there in Detroit is about what's happening in New York City right now?
Oh, I haven't seen anything on the TVs for the last 24 hours besides coverage.
Besides coverage.
Yeah, I mean, NBC's running 24 hours a day. Most of the cable stations have picked up either CNN or Fox.
And what about when you talk to people in Detroit? What's the feelings that?
We're all probably probably not as pissed as you, but extremely frustrated and angry.
You know, when you walk around Manhattan, there is the zombie-like feel to it.
Right, the shock.
There's so much quiet, and I guess what they said what they called on the news last night, the 1,000-yard stare.
Yeah.
Where people are just looking off in the distance. Chris, you notice any sort of different feel around where you live?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of tension right now. We have the biggest Arab population outside the Middle East right here in Detroit. So there's a little bit of tension on that front. And a couple of our buildings downtown today did get bomb threats and were evacuated. But, and besides that, we've got the Canadian border here, so there's a lot of tension there. They're saying that for trucks, it's taking 10 hours to get across the border right now.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
Pretty messy.
Yeah. One of the things they wanted to do was tighten those borders up, Fezzy.
Yeah, security is going to change no matter where you're at in the country.
Yeah.
Yes.
Chris, thanks for calling us and letting us know what's happening in Detroit, huh?
Thank you, guys. We've got you in our prayers.
How are you listening to us, Chris?
On the Underground.
Oh, on the Underground Internet connection there.
I found you guys from ONA, and I've gotten hooked. You guys moved tonight.
All right, thanks a lot, my friend.
Thanks, you guys. Take care.
I appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks for checking in, Chris. CNN now reporting the Empire State Building and Penn Station also being evacuated.
Wow.
So apparently these are two areas you want to avoid right now if you're in Manhattan.
It's good news for you, Dukes, when you're trying to get home tonight.
Right, yeah.
Billy, you're back on the couch.
God.
We haven't seen Billy since he laid down earlier, have we? What's he up to tonight?
I have no idea. Last I heard, he was in the office. You walk in and you see his giant... He's laying on the sports guy's couch, just out like a light.
Well, he's been here since yesterday, right?
Right. And then we go in our office, and there is just his giant work boots. Why he wears those is beyond me.
Those he got free when he was a garbage man.
Oh, okay.
So why get rid of a free pair of shoes? I understand completely how that feels.
So we walk in there, and there's a giant pair of the poor man's Timberlands staring at us.
Fez, I'm getting this sent to me a lot on the Insta feedback. It's a John McCain quote, apparently, that he said... talking about those who attack the United States. May God have mercy on their souls because we won't. A couple of people have sent me that quote. I don't know whether he said it or where he said it.
Now, I heard him speaking today to the Senate, and I didn't hear that exact quote.
Well, I've gotten this a couple of different times. It's odd.
But I heard...
It might be like, just running around the web then.
Right. I heard him say something to the effect, and this is completely misquoting, but to the effect of God's justice will be strong, and and ours will be like his, or something like that.
John McCain.
So, and during his speech, his whole thing was, get Osama bin Laden.
That's what he wanted, right?
That was the main gist of his comments to the Senate today. That this man, even, despite everything that's happened in the past 36 hours, this man is still wanted.
Earl, we're doing a show.
All right.
Why is it so loud up there? What's going on? What's the party about?
Here's the situation. Earl, I know you're getting updated, buddy, but they can't update you in the doorway. So if you head out, I appreciate you grabbing stuff, but if you head out, just take it, over by the foosball. And just not right in the doorway.
877-692-1027. Here is Scott. Scott, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hi, Scott.
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, today was a really rough day for me because my mom had decided to keep it a secret from us that she had been called by her brother who worked inside the Trade Center, and we had been asking about him, and it's just really shocking to find out that, people were so aware that they were going to die, and that they just thought of, like, their loved ones and stuff, and it's just really tough that people would just...
Right.
Now, you didn't know that your uncle had died? Scott, was that it?
Yeah, well, apparently my mom told me that he was missing, but But, yeah, she found out that he had called her right before, about maybe 20 minutes before the place went down. He said that he was in the stairwell and it was jam-packed. And, you know, these people, they didn't really care when they did it. And, you know, it's really rough, but, you know, we're really tougher than all these people, you know?
All right, Scott, thanks for calling us, buddy.
All
Sorry
right.
about your uncle.
No problem.
877-692-1027. It's the Ron and Fez Show.
I'm going to keep our phone lines open for you.
That latest word is now bomb scare at both Penn Station
and the Empire State Building. All right, that's what CNN's reporting, that those areas are being evacuated.
Hey, Jim. Jim, you're on the Ron and Fez Show.
Fez, how you guys doing?
Hey, my man.
How's it going?
Cool in the gang.
Cool in the gang, great. I'm a little nervous, to be honest with you.
Okay.
All right, I just got a phone call. My parents are stuck on the Port Jefferson ferry out here on Long Island.
Uh-huh.
And my mom just called and said that they can't get off the boat right now because the police are on the boat, and so far they've apprehended 4 Arabs with like a car full of guns. And that they said that there's one left that they're trying to find on the boat.
But everything's okay, right?
Well, everything's okay except for the fact that there's one still missing.
So is the boat
one gun or one person?
One person.
Okay.
Yeah. So is the boat just stopped?
Well, they're at dock, at the ferry dock, and Suffolk County Police is there, but they have to wait for the FBI to get there now.
All right, so they're not letting anyone deboard.
No, nobody's getting off the ferry.
Okay. We'll check on that. Thanks a lot for calling us, Jim.
All right, thanks. Love you guys.
Right. Situations like that going to rise up. You know, of course, last night there was the talk of the van full of explosives.
Right.
And that story went around, and there were no explosives in the van, even though there was a van that had been stopped.
Had they kept those guys overnight, or...?
I know they arrested, so I don't know if anyone got released or
yeah.
You know, when you find out that something's not what it was supposed to be, then that kind of trails off and there's never a follow-up.
Right.
All right, this from the Metro News source. A threat involving the Empire State Building in New York has caused the evacuation of the surrounding area. Broadcast reports say that people in the area are being evacuated towards the East River. One report said that bomb-sniffing dogs had picked up a positive scent at the entrance to the Empire State Building. And, so that's where that leaves off.
877-692-1027. Well, that's where our tower is for this show, as you said.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
They are on top of it. The security is out there, and it's going to stay this way for quite some time now.
Yeah,
now,
not just airports. The things are going to get tightened up everywhere.
Here's Gary. Gary, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hi, Gary.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Yeah.
Wish I was calling under better circumstances, but I was one of the EMTs down there yesterday. And I know people have called in and saying how, you know, a lot of great people are down there doing everything that they can. But I just wanted I wanted to say thanks to everyone who's been down there to help. And, I mean, there are people coming from, I met a couple of guys from Toronto who came in from Canada to help. There are guys just from everywhere.
You know, I've seen a lot of these Canadian surgeons on TV. They were here for some kind of meeting, and this happened, and they kind of jumped into it. It was a whole bunch of them.
Wow.
Jumped into helping out. Gary, what's it been like being an EMT under this situation?
What happened? I can't hear you guys.
What? Tell us what the experience was like for you.
The experience of just walking in Manhattan where everything's always rush, and you're walking through blocks where you know earlier in the morning there were thousands of people walking, just empty.
Yeah.
We lost him.
I know what that experience is like in Manhattan if there's been like a big snowstorm or something, and you're walking where you used to be so many people before, and when it gets empty and you're alone, it's the eeriest feeling.
It's really odd.
Here's Katie. Katie, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hi, Katie.
Katie, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hello?
Yeah,
go ahead, Katie.
Hi. This is horrible. Both me and my husband are in the National Guard.
Mm-hmm.
And he was called up. 100% of his company, he belongs with a medical company, and he called me yesterday to tell me that he was going, and I haven't heard from him since.
Well, that's kind of normal, right, Katie? When they pull those guys in like that, they're pretty secretive about it, right?
Yeah, but I have so many of my family members that are either in the military, on active duty, or, you know, family members that work for the FBI between Virginia and here. You know, you saw the Daily News today?
No, as a matter of fact, I didn't.
Oh my God, it was horrible.
Oh, you mean the pictures?
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
I saw the
And
pictures.
I drove down to Ocean Grove, and I could still see the smoke.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
So when did he go? He went in after the collapses and everything, right?
They called him up around lunchtime yesterday.
Yeah.
So, and last I knew, he was in Jersey City.
Mm-hmm.
But I haven't got to talk to him or anything.
But that's kind of pretty par for the course, right? If something like this were to come up, it wouldn't be like he'd be able to call, right?
Yeah.
Be pretty secretive about what was being planned.
That and these guys working around the clock.
Yeah, I understand that.
All right,
but I
Katie.
just couldn't sleep last night.
Yeah, I don't think there was a lot of sleeping going on last night.
Same thing for tonight, I guess.
Yeah.
Can you put me back on hold so I can listen to you?
Yeah, sure.
All right, thanks.
All right.
Oh, what's the lines are open, Fez?
We'll do what we can.
The National Guard listening lines. 877-692-1027. Talking to so many of these people. Everybody, I guess, because I heard from some young people that I know in two different parts of the country that called and said that they got... I guess if you're in the service at all, you're
activated.
You're activated. You're ready to go.
Right.
You're called in from any kind of vacation or leave or whatever branch calls that. And we've got all these guys ready.
Yeah. Friend of mine in Florida, part of the Florida Air National Guard, got called to MacDill Air Force Base.
Who's that?
You're in. Kapir Zabrooki's husband.
Ah. He's got to be ready to go. Now, I guess he's not able to call her, right? When something like that comes up.
Yeah, I don't know how much out of contact she is with them. Yeah. He actually just got back from the Middle East doing a communications job over there the night before.
Is that right?
Yeah. So he had just flown in from the Mideast.
How bizarre. How bizarre. All right, now I'm back to another thing where I'm numb again. It's just weird.
Right?
That's the weird thing. I have been hitting so many different places. It's almost like I'm on a Candyland game, where wherever I land on is exactly what I feel like that second.
And our buddy Earl's in here. He talked about how it finally hit him this morning. And I think we're all in a situation where it's not gonna hit us just once.
No, I've been hit like 14 times.
The realization of it is gonna keep coming back more and more.
Yeah, I got a phone call this morning from Staten Island. A friend of mine lives in Staten Island. It was literally, he steps outside, and he could see the skyline. He goes, I had a front row seat. And that's when it really hit me.
Yeah.
And he goes, I'm watching, like, eating cereal and watching TV, and I went, wait a minute, the Empire State the World Trade Center's on fire.
Yeah.
Steps outside, and by the time he stepped outside, the tower collapsed. And he was like, this is like he thought he was on a Hollywood set or something.
Yeah.
He's like, this isn't real.
Yeah, it didn't feel real. You know, when I woke up this morning, I woke up early before my family and turned it on and just saw it again, you know, and I was just had that hungover feeling. I was so sad all over again. I was glad that my kids slept in a little bit today, you know, so I could just sit there and feel like a puddle.
And tomorrow doesn't seem like it's going to feel any different.
I thought you were here to help me, Fuzzy. What are you trying to bring me down?
I'm just letting you know you're normal.
Here's Linda. Linda, you're on the Ron and Fez Show.
Hi, Linda.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Go ahead.
Hanging in there?
Yeah, well, I think we're hanging in here, honey.
I have two things to tell you. Number one, I live down at the Jersey Shore.
Nice.
And I wanted to, I wanted to let you know that it was just a very surreal experience today. I was driving home on the Parkway, and there was a whole brigade of Army trucks driving north towards New York. And it actually brought tears to my eyes. It was the strangest experience for this road that I travel every day to see this caravan of soldiers going up. It just felt like I was on another planet.
How many would you guess?
There were probably about 8 of those very, very large Army trucks, all filled with men and equipment and things like that. So
And Fez, we're guessing that's happening all over the country, right?
Yeah. That's an amazing sight. I've seen it in Florida, of course, with hurricanes coming
Right.
in.
Right,
The other thing, I just wanted to say thanks to you guys in the station, because it really helps to have some sense of normalcy during this bizarre experience, to be able to put the radio on and hear the voices that we hear every day.
Here's the thing, though, Linda. I don't feel normal. I'm suddenly wondering if I'm ever going to feel normal again.
Sitting in a pool
I
of
know.
weirdness.
But it does help to have the same people, because, you're part of our lives every day, and it helps to have that same, pattern that we normally have. So thanks.
All right.
Good night.
Bye-bye, honey.
Good night, Linda. Thank you for the call. 877-692-1027.
Hey, Paul. Paul, you're on Ron and Fez. How you doing there, Paul?
Guys.
Hey.
Listen, I'm out at, I'm a member of Local 30. We have some of our union brothers, members of Local 30, members of Local 94 that are possibly still inside that building.
Oh, my God.
And, it's an eerie feeling. I'm out here right now trying to make peace with myself. I'm out at Robert Moses trying to do some fishing, but I really can't concentrate on that. And I look out at the city skyline, and not to see the World Trade Center there is, it's mind-blowing. It's absolutely mind-blowing. And I just want to say, for the families that are still waiting to hear from so many people that, missing and possibly trapped, and hopefully still alive, my prayers for my family and I'm sure everybody from Local 30 and all the other locals within the city go out to all the other union brothers that are in that building, all the other trades, not just engineers, but plumbers, painters, carpenters, all the other trades that were in that building working for the Port Authority, and also contractors as well that were in that building at the time working. My prayers go out to them. I feel so bad for the families.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, a friend that I'm out here with, both of us were talking about it, and tomorrow we're going to go and volunteer to, our services, see if we can help out at all. Because the first initial rush of volunteers, I'm sure those guys are beat and they're tired. They've been working so hard. It's just sad. It's a sad situation for America. And I just hope that, President Bush and Congress, we all decide to turn around and just go over and take care of the people and not only take care of the people, but also go over to these Middle Eastern countries and show them, hey, we're not going to put up with this crap. Okay, enough is enough. They hit the U.S. cold, they hit embassies in South Africa and everywhere else in the world, and I'm tired of it as an American. I want to stand up and say, hey, don't F with us anymore.
I'm tired of it too, my friend. I am sick.
It's time that we put our foot down. It's time that we put our foot down and show the world that, listen, yeah, we are the most powerful nation in the world, financially and as a military power. Don't F with us, and I know President Bush, my one worry is that if we did that, our relations with China, and from what I understand, President Bush did get a call from the current president of China, Chiang, I believe his name is, that, he sends his condolences and apparently some support. So, I think that, that as a worldwide situation, I think that speaks volumes. That, the president of China would call up and say, here's our condolences. We have the support of the world to basically go after, hunt these bastards down, and do whatever has to be done. Send a sign out to the world.
I know, everyone seems on board with us across the globe.
Exactly, Fez. Exactly. I really think that it's about time that everyone in the world turn around. This is bullshit. It has to stop. You can no longer treat people like this. You can no longer do stuff like this to nations just because they don't believe in your Islamic beliefs, which is basically what this is all about.
Paul, I have no idea whether that's even true or not. I have never understood this situation and what it's about. Paul, you said some things that touched a lot of people. I thank you, my friend.
Okay, Ronnie, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Have a good night, guys.
Thanks for the call, Paul.
877-692-1027. You know, Fuzzy, we're thinking about, all the Morgan Stanley guys there and this company and that. I never thought, that's right, that place is filled with maintenance guys.
Yeah.
There was a restaurant in there with, busboys, cooks.
One thing I thought about was when my little brother Travis came to visit me, and we visited the World Trade Center. We went out on the roof, and one thing, he studies accounting or whatever it is that he's studying right now. We went to the directory, that big, long, seemingly huge list of all the businesses that are in the World Trade Center.
Right.
And he was looking at all the financial institutions there and thinking, hey, this New York seems pretty cool, and what if I got a gig here? Right in the center of everything. And I remember looking over that list of just so many different businesses being in those two towers.
877-692-1027. Here's Scott. Scott, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, Scott.
Hey, what's up? Listen, I was just out at 34th Street, 6th Avenue, in front of the Harold Towers right there at Harold Square by Macy's.
Yeah.
The cops said, and they said it was confirmed, that there's a bomb in the Empire State Building. I mean, I thought it was kind of a scare at first. People were running. They'd taken over the whole area within like 5 blocks. They're taking it pretty seriously, and the cop told me going up 6th Avenue that they had the bomb-sniffing dogs there. They confirmed that there's a bomb in the Empire State Building.
Well, Scott, what we're getting from CNN now is that the all clear has been sounded at both the Empire State Building and Penn Station.
Oh, thank God.
But there definitely was a scare like you were talking about. They definitely did.
I mean, they
smelled something.
They stormed the place. They stormed the big apartment building right there. They stormed Macy's and got everybody out in no time. I mean, I can't tell you, what a great job these guys are doing. I mean, they were very forceful and everything, and they got everybody out of the area immediately. Like I said, now I'm about 6 blocks away from there now, and I had no idea what was going on. And as a sidebar, it is unbelievable. I mean, I'm standing out there on the street, and you could smell the smoke, like the fire, and like there's fire right across the street.
Yeah, I think the winds are actually going to change during the night and send it a little bit more north. That plume.
That thing came by my apartment today.
I'm at 40th and 6th Avenue, and it's just I was so far away from downtown, and it's just like the fire's right down the block.
All right, thanks a lot, Scott.
Hey, thanks a lot.
Bye. Well, that's one good thing, Fuzzy. That it turns out to be false alarm that everything's okay there.
Yeah, again, CNN reporting that an all clear has been sounded at the Empire State Building and Penn Station, which earlier had been evacuated.
Chris, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, Ron and Fez, how you doing?
Yeah.
What can we do for you?
Hey, my name's Chris. I'm from Long Island. I'm a volunteer firefighter over here.
Yeah.
I just want to let you guys know, over the past couple of days, I lost about 12 friends in the whole situation. It's been pretty messed up over here because they're all volunteer firefighters with me. They're all my buddies.
All volunteers, huh?
Yeah, they're all volunteers. They're city firemen also, but, volunteers is basically a hobby, what they do. It's been pretty messed up. We're all in a lot of pain over here. Just want to tell you guys that the only thing that's really been making me relaxed is just, the way you guys, Opie and Anthony, sports guys, Don and Mike, you guys have been fantastic with this whole thing. Everyone put, any beef that they had with whatever aside, and you guys have been really sympathetic, and, so I want to let you know we really appreciate it, man.
Okay, Chris.
All right.
Thank you, buddy.
Thanks for the call.
877-692-1027.
We're going to be here to take your phone calls for you.
Here's Mike. Mike, you're on the Ron and Fez Show.
Hello, Mike.
Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Mike. I used branch in the military. Just drove up from Wilmington, South Carolina. You guys hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
Got lost in Baltimore. Policeman stopped me. He asked me if I was okay. Showed him my ID. I said, I'm on my way to New York. Just left. I've been on the road for 6 hours. Escorted me to the border. Showed me right through. They gave me a heads up at the tolls, and they're letting everybody through. The way everybody's been pulling together, got lost, helped me out. Get to Jersey, don't want it on nothing. You pay full price. The last $5 they took. Hello?
What do you say? They took your last $5?
Last $5. Every other state, they escorted me through, helped me out, down to my last nickel to get through. Jersey charges you full price.
Yeah, of course. That's Jersey.
You know, trying to get home to the city.
Yeah.
Listening, it's unbelievable. You think everybody wants to get together? Not here.
Let me tell you something. If they even let you get through in Jersey, that's a good sign.
All right, thank you.
I can't believe you still got hubcaps.
All right, bye.
All right, thank you, my friend.
You know, I was thinking...
Maryland and stuff is a little bit easier.
I was thinking, what a nice pulled-together story.
Yeah,
you know?
so we get to Jersey.
Then it had a bad Jersey ending to it. The moral of the story?
I take a nap.
They had a Jersey.
I take a nap in Jersey, I wake up, my boots are gone. How the hell's this happening? So apparently we stop and get something to eat and someone steals a fire truck. Guy tries to sell it back to me.
Need a fire truck? Here you're looking for a fire truck.
877-692-1027. Fez, we going to do it till midnight tonight, or?
Oh, should we? We'll see if people want us to stick around.
All right, if people want to talk, we'll do it. 877-692-1027. It's the Ron and Fez Show. Here's Anthony. Anthony, you're on Ron and Fez. How you doing, buddy?
Hello, Anthony.
Hey, Ron and Fez.
Hey, buddy.
You guys are great. Listen, I just want to commend the guys that actually built those towers to withstand that kind of impact and stand for as long as they did. I mean, I think we owe something to them because at least, you know, they didn't have a lot of time to get out, but they had some time to get out.
Yeah, I guess the situation that we learned yet last night was that it was the absolute heat from the fire of the jetliners that started to melt the frame of the World Trade Center towers. That's what caused the collapse.
I mean,
but they took those impacts.
Exactly.
Both of them stood there through
Picture that, a plane that size wailing into that building at 200, 300 miles an hour, and they still stood. And that gave at least some hope for some people to get out. And you know what? I think we all forgot about the people that built those buildings.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Here is Mike. Mike, you're on the Ron and Fez Show. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Yeah.
We're all right. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I just wanted to call and let you guys know, last night I got hit with about 12 ICQ messages from people all over Australia.
Yeah, how'd you get that?
They just randomly were messaging, I guess, people from New York.
People from New York City, huh?
Yeah. They feel as though it happened to them, you know, which I guess it in one way or another did.
Well, I was thinking the same thing. I go, what if I woke up that morning and I would have found out that they hit Paris, you know, that they took down the Eiffel Tower, or they hit Rome and took out the Colosseum. I mean, wouldn't you feel awful?
You feel as a part of humanity that you had been stolen from.
Right.
Yeah, I guess in a way. But even when that happened over at Oklahoma,
it
just was, it's just completely different impact from knowing I got friends and family up over there.
Here in New York?
Yeah. Well, no, I'm in New York.
Yeah.
But up in the building.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying.
And,
there was nothing ever to prepare anybody, and I hear people sometimes saying, oh, we should have known something like this was going to happen. I don't think anybody saw it. And I'll tell you what, now you know, like never before in your life, that psychics are fake, because nobody even gave a hint of this.
Yeah. And if you look at the plan as a whole that these asswipes came up with, we'll steal 4 different jetliners, probably more if we can get a hold of them, from different airports, and we'll send them into Washington, D.C. and New York City. It sounds insane, the whole plan.
This is definitely the works of more than one terrorist organization.
Yeah, somebody's behind this.
That's just too crazy. The amount of stuff that they had to do and everything to fall into place the way it did for them. There's got to be something else going on over here. You know?
All right, thanks a lot, Mike.
Hey, you guys are great. Thanks.
It's 877-692-1027. Here's Dave. Dave, you're on Ron and Fez.
Hey, Dave. Dave?
What's up, guys? How you doing, Ron and Fez?
Go ahead, buddy. You're on.
I mean, I'm really calling up to just thank you guys because, I mean, everyone at the station, I know callers have been, calling in and thanking you guys, but, I mean, my father went through this and I had friends through this and friends, parents, and everything. And by the grace of God, everyone associated with me came home safe. And I know there are thousands of people out there that still don't have, their parents home, and still don't have their brothers home and sisters home and children home. And, my prayers go out to them. But, you guys have really, kept a lot of us sane out here because, you hear stuff like this going on and you go through a terrible incident like this, potentially the biggest tragedy in American history. And, you guys are here saying, hey, there is a group responsible for this, but, there's no reason to go out and just start, I don't know, like randomly attacking people that, you hear people, getting all pissed off at everyone, anyone from that area. And you guys have really, really worked to keep it sane and really stress the point that there is a specific group.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, Dave. We just come in here. That's about it.
That's about all.
If we didn't come in here and talk to you people, that would mean I would be at home talking to my family, taking their calls. I'd rather be here than to take one more call from my mother saying, President Bush has got to do something. Don't you think? Don't you think he's going to be in trouble if he doesn't do anything? 4 years down the road? I've heard that a million times.
What are you worried that people aren't waiting long enough for the president to come up with his plan?
Yeah, people are so antsy about it, and something's going to happen.
Yeah.
We will retaliate. We will. I have all the confidence in the world that we are going to get the people that did this.
All right, on the instant feedback, we do, it was on CNN.com, the evil Ambrosia sent it to us, where John McCain did say that today in the Senate.
Really?
I say to our enemies, we are coming. God may have mercy on you, but we won't.
That from the air pirate.
That from...
And this from the Metro News Source, just clearing up what's going on at the Empire State Building. Emergency crews are now clearing from around the Empire State Building after what turned out to be a false alarm. Police had closed off several blocks around the Empire State Building. A bomb threat was phoned in. An Empire State Building security dog found something suspicious. That dog reportedly indicated that it sensed something. Police brought in their own bomb-sniffing dogs and now have sounded the all clear. Is the situation that just went on in the past couple hours, I guess, at the Empire State Building.
All right, here's Ray. Ray, you're on Ron and Fez.
Go ahead, Ray.
Hey, how you fellas doing?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I work in Newark Airport. I'm a baggage handler on the ramp,
Yeah.
Yeah, one of those guys that loses your bags and stuff.
Right.
Let me tell you, man, I'm extremely lucky I didn't have to work yesterday and today because I would have still been there. But I'm going into work tomorrow, and honestly, I'm scared. I work for one of the bigger companies there.
What are you scared of?
Well, first of all, I don't know who I'm going to see. I mean, I don't want to sound racist or anything, and I'm not going to use any bad words, but I work with a ton of foreigners. I mean, people whose third language is English, Just like, I don't know who's working for the quote-unquote other side, who's trying to hide, I'm terrified, man. I'm terrified. And,
do you think they're going to be after baggage handlers?
Huh?
I don't understand who you're afraid of.
Yeah, and how they're going to get you.
You're afraid of foreigners?
Well, I'm not afraid of foreigners per se, but I'm just afraid of anything I might see out there, like people trying to smuggle in something, because honestly, that's why I thought at the beginning of this whole disaster, I thought that, someone who works on the rim might have had some kind of access to hand out a weapon of some sort up to someone on the plane, because I know that could be done.
All right, so you're kind of suspicious of your coworkers.
Yeah, for the most part.
Okay. On some level.
On some level, yeah, I really am, and yeah, I'm just a little scared to be in the airline business right now.
All right, thanks a lot, Ray.
Yeah, take it easy, folks.
Fezzy, why don't we break over to 10-10 wins?
All right.
And do that for about 5 minutes, get some news from 10-10 wins. We'll come back for another hour. We want to hear what you want to talk about. 877-692-1027. We're going to spend an extra hour with you tonight. Thank you for that, Jeremy Coleman. because we didn't want to get into doing our old kind of programming. Love Lines out of Los Angeles, which isn't really doing this kind of stuff, and then the replay of the Donna Mike. What we're going to do tonight again, is that right? Is play 10-10 wins after...
Yes.
Throughout the night.
So you will be up to date with news tonight. But for the next hour, if you just want to talk, vent, share your feelings at all. They don't have to be huge ones, just something that you're feeling. 877-692-1027. It's the Ron and Fez Show.
And we're going to turn it over now to 1010 Wins news coverage of the disaster at the World Trade Center.
And I am confident that America will stand with us every step of the way, provide every resource we need.
And Mayor Giuliani explained why they moved the shelter.
We were operating the center at Bellevue and at the Administration for Children's Services, but the numbers became so large that we needed a much bigger space, and the governor and the state have given us the armory to use.
Also at the news conference was Senator Charles Schumer, who encouraged all Americans to fly the American flag from their apartment, their office, or their store. Wins News Time 10:59. Mayor Giuliani says rescue workers are searching for about 300 firefighters, 40 New York City police officers, and 30 Port Authority cops. So far, the known body count is at 55. Not included are the thousands of workers and others who were in the Twin Towers at the time the disaster struck.
What has become of the unaccounted for? The question being asked all around the city. We, of course, know the sad truth about some who were trapped above the burning floors.
People holding hands when they were going to get burnt and just jumped out of the building. You saw people arm in arm jumping out? Just holding hands, 8 of them, and just held hands and just came right down the 80 floors.
And then you'd hear a gasp from the people watching this incident, and you knew another body was coming down.
Then, when I returned home from the disaster scene Tuesday night, I learned my neighbor was nowhere to be found. She worked on the 105th floor of one of the towers. Another neighbor managed to get through to the woman's cell phone just minutes after the plane crashes. Someone inside her office answered the call. What she heard was terrifying.
Someone, opened the line, didn't say hello. I just heard a lot of screaming.
That's 1010 Wins reporter Steve Kastenbaum. Our continuing coverage now with Doug O'Brien here on 1010 Wins, WINS New York and Infinity Broadcasting Station. It's 11 o'clock. I'm Catherine Smith.
So the people were jumping out of the buildings. It was a big hole in the building from the first plane. It was a big hole, and they were just falling out, throwing themselves out.
People holding hands when they were going to get burnt and just jumped out of the building.
You'd hear a gasp from the people watching this incident, and you knew another body was coming down.
Why did they die?
A volatile situation downtown tonight. Smoke continues to pour from the pile of rubble that once was the World Trade Center, indicating there is still fire underneath. That story coming live from 1010 Wins reporter Lisa Evers. Some 300 people will be among the first to fly out of Newark Airport in a few hours. The number of people who volunteered to help in the disaster is remarkable and is coming from some distances sometimes. The Congress promises New York will have all the money it needs. Wins News Time, 11:01. Let's check traffic and transit. Here's Jeff McKiff.
We still have some updated transit points to go over. First of all, New Jersey Transit buses and the private carriers will be operating into the George Washington Bridge Terminal and into the Port Authority tomorrow, starting at 6 a.m. Staten Island Ferry Service will also be back in action tomorrow, starting at 6 a.m., but only for passengers. No cars will be allowed. Path trains to continue to bypass World Trade and also Exchange Place. If you need to get to Jersey City's Exchange Place, take the path trains to Newport Pavonia, and then you can easily pick up the Hudson County Light Rail at that point to move you over. Also, be aware that you're going to have a difficult time getting around because you still have the closures in Manhattan. All roads south of 14th Street are closed. The West Side Highway closed at 42nd. The FDR Drive shut at 34th Street. The Holland Tunnel remains closed indefinitely. Outside of the airport picture, LaGuardia will remain closed into tomorrow afternoon. And, of course, if you do have any flights, make sure you call ahead to your airline. Alternate side parking will be in effect tomorrow in all boroughs except for Manhattan. In Manhattan only, alternate side parking will be suspended. I'm Jeff McKay, Shadow Traffic, 1010 Wins.
Wins News Time, 11:02. A shaky situation downtown tonight. 1010 Wins reporter Lisa Evers has the story live.
And Doug, I'm at West Street and Chambers Street. A tremendous amount of activity continues in this rescue effort, but that rescue effort was hampered a little bit earlier tonight by the collapse of some of the other structures around here and also new fires, which the firefighters have been trying to put out. Things look much more under control than they did earlier. There's a lot less smoke coming up from the scene of the rubble. There are dozens and dozens of dump trucks all lined up on the West Side Highway, just slowly rolling in towards the scene, getting loaded up with the rubble and taken out. There are lots of rescue workers here, firefighters busy trying to put out the fire, and the fires that are still here, getting them completely extinguished. And meantime, a lot of these other rescue workers, including our EMTs, sanitation workers, construction workers, sifting through that rubble for any sign of life. So they're doing their best. They're doing a tremendous job under very, very difficult circumstances. There's a lot of dust in the air. The air here is very filthy with the dust that has come from this disaster, but people are trying to cope. They're trying to do their best, and they're trying to maintain their energy level. Lisa Evers, 1010 Wins, reporting live from Chambers and West Street.
There is no way of knowing at this point what the death toll from the disaster will be. The mayor has ordered 6,000 body bags. Prime Minister Tony Blair of Britain says that hundreds of Britons lie among the dead, entombed in the remains of the World Trade Center. That would put British civilian casualties well above any IRA attacks. Winds News Time 11:04. As you've heard on 1010 Winds, Newark Airport is open on a limited basis. Flights that were destined for Newark on Tuesday are being allowed to arrive. If the flight terminated at Newark, the plane will be grounded. If it was to go on further, it can pick up passengers already booked on it, but no one else. Some 300 people booked for Tel Aviv are waiting for their plane to arrive in the wee hours.
Passengers arriving for the El Al flight to Tel Aviv were greeted by strict security and this recorded message.
Special security measures are currently in effect. Vehicles may not be left unattended anywhere at the airport.
Flyers like Ephraim Sherman of Brooklyn say they're comforted by the extra security, although they're a bit unnerved by Port Authority police officers armed with semi-automatic rifles.
I think it's a little bit overdone, but maybe just to calm the fears of the people, maybe it's a necessity.
Mark O'Brien, 1010 Wins at Newark Airport.
The investigation into the hijacking of 4 airliners on Tuesday continues. Fox News now reporting that American Airlines says that some identification badges of pilots and pilot uniforms were stolen in Rome some months ago. The pilot of American Airlines Flight 11, which crashed into New York's World Trade Center Tuesday, secretly sent messages to controllers on the ground during much of the flight. The Christian Science Monitor says in its Thursday editions that 2 unnamed air traffic controllers said the pilot was apparently triggering a push-to-talk switch in the cockpit, probably on the plane's steering wheel, called the yoke. The button was being pushed intermittently most of the way to New York, said one of the controllers. He wanted us to know something was wrong. When he, the pilot, pushed the button and the terrorist spoke, we knew. It was this voice that was threatening the pilot and was clearly threatening. During the transmissions, the pilot's voice and the heavily accented voice of an apparent hijacker were clearly audible. The controllers said the transmissions were all recorded, and the paper says the tapes have been turned over to federal law enforcement officials. Winds News Time, 11:06. If you are in Midtown now, you may smell it. The acrid smoke from the World Trade Center area drifting north. That's because the winds changed. Let's get a weather update now from 1010 Winds AccuWeather meteorologist Dave Bowers.
Yeah, this is obviously important for everyone on Manhattan. The wind direction is going to be south to southwest. Of course, wind direction is always reported from the direction it is coming from. So that means the smoke is going to get carried toward the north-northeast overnight at about 4 to 8 miles an hour under a clear sky. Tomorrow it's a southwest wind picking up to 7 to 14 miles an hour, so it'll be carried northeastward. Now, we are going to have a cold front moving through here tomorrow night, so there is going to be some rain that the rescue people are going to have to deal with. That rain is going to be ending Friday morning, but it's also going to cause a wind shift. Probably between 8 and 10 o'clock tomorrow evening. It'll be a southwest wind initially, but it will shift to the north-northwest at about 8 to 16 miles an hour, and then almost a due north wind on Friday at about